Chapter 2482. Go to the 10 Divine Domain. The goddess' eyes flickered. Are we leaving now? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. The 10 Divine Dominion was the 10th dimension. The saint's spirit chi in it was much denser than in the 9th dimension, and there were many special ancient domains that he'd found in the 5th divine, Lord's consciousness. Now that he'd reached the level of heaven and earth sovereign, aside from the 10 ancestral gods, his father and his master, there was basically no one who could be his opponent. Now that he'd ascended to the 10 Divine Dominion, he didn't need to worry about anything. He only needed to do his best to become stronger. He also believed that in an environment like the 10 Divine Domain, his strength would rise rapidly. Moreover, the 10 Divine Domain was where the heart of the 10th dimension belonged. A trip there might give him a lot of special insights that would allow him to successfully integrate the heart of the 10th dimension. As his strength continued to rise in the 10 Divine Domain, he might even gain new insights into reincarnation and reach the state of greater mastery. The goddess thought for a moment and didn't ask any more questions. She instructed, Go alone. Pay attention to all aspects. There were at most 7 years until the return of the 10 ancestral gods, the Heavenly Emperor and the Human King. In these 7 years, Lin Tian had to do everything he could to become stronger. She knew this very well. Lin Tian had no opponents apart from the 10 ancestral gods, the Heavenly Emperor and the Human King. If she and the holy girls followed Lin Tian to the 10 Divine Domain, they could cultivate in peace. However, this process would more or less affect Lin Tian's cultivation speed and growth. If they followed him, Lin Tian would have to spend a lot of effort to protect them. Yes, Lin Tian nodded seriously. He naturally knew what his mother was thinking. On this day, he bid farewell to the goddess, the holy girls, and Wu Yi before leaving the 10 Directions ancient star. The ancestral god of 10 Directions was still around, so time was very precious to him. After leaving the 10 Directions ancient star, he quickly entered the 9th dimension and found a heaven and earth gate in the 9th dimension. This was the gate of heaven and earth that the ancestor devil and the others had opened to the 10 divine domains. For some reason, the gate of heaven and earth couldn't be smashed shut after the god spirit lineage stepped out of the 10 divine domains. Even his father and master couldn't do it. They couldn't isolate the ancestor gods from the 10 divine domains by smashing the gate of heaven and earth. They could only enter the 10 divine domains to restrain the ancestor gods of this lineage and prevent them from stepping out of the 10 divine domains into the 9th dimension. Once the ancestor gods stepped out of the 10 divine domains, everything would be over. After entering the 10 Directions divine domain, his father had set up seals at both ends of the heaven and earth gates to prevent other gods from leaving. Apart from his father, the 10 Directions ancestral gods, and his master, no one else could break through the seals. He had learned all of this from the goddess. Naturally, he had also learned the technique to pass through the seal from the goddess. After all, it was still difficult for him to pass through the seals at both ends of the gate of heaven and earth with his current strength. When he arrived at the gate of heaven and earth, he formed a special hand seal and branded it onto the seal at the other end. He immediately passed through it. The interior of the gate of heaven and earth was filled with a dreamy mist. He walked through it and headed toward the 10 divine domains. After an unknown amount of time, he finally reached the end of the gate of heaven and earth. There was a seal in front of him that was intertwined with light. That damned celestial emperor. This seal, damn it, when the ancestor gods return, will suppress him and make sure he dies a horrible death. A voice came from the other end of the seal, filled with chilling anger. When Lin Tian heard this voice from within the gate of heaven and earth, he also sensed the unique aura of the god spirit lineage. I am here. His eyes lit up. He didn't need to think to know that the 10 divine domains were right in front of him. Using a special magical technique, he stepped forward, passing through the seal left behind by his father as if he were nothing more than air. In the blink of an eye, he stepped on solid ground again. Looking around, he saw a mountain range in his field of vision. It was not very tall, but every mountain was shrouded in a very thick mist. It was completely condensed from Saint Spirit Chi. Further away, he saw the flowing sacred river and the suspended waterfall. All of them were magnificent and surging with great momentum. In the air, the extremely dense Saint Spiritual Chi immediately rushed into his body on its own. This made his heart tremble. He had really arrived at the 10 divine domains. The density of the Saint Spiritual Chi in this world was just too shocking. Even a supreme being like him was reacting to the dense Saint Spiritual Chi. He couldn't help but feel extremely comfortable. A human! Did he come from the world below? Isn't the section below the gate of heaven and earth sealed as well? He passed through the seal here easily. Could this person be related to the Celestial Emperor? Exclamations rang out. There were a large number of gods standing nearby. Among them were 3 divine sovereigns, while the rest were in the 9th dimension. When they saw a human like Lin Tian suddenly step into their 10 divine regions through the gate of heaven and earth, their expressions changed. Then their eyes lit up. He's definitely related to the Celestial Emperor. Take him down. The leader of the group, an ordinary divine emperor, said. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. He raised his hand and grabbed Lin Tian. At the same time, the other deities in the area moved as well. The light in their eyes was extremely bright. Earlier, they'd witnessed how Lin Tian had passed through the seal of the door of heaven and earth in a simple and easy manner. He hadn't passed through it by force, and the seal wasn't damaged at all. Obviously, he possessed a special technique to pass through the seal here. In this way, so long as they were able to suppress Lin Tian and obtain the special technique to pass through such seals from Lin Tian's sea of consciousness, then they wouldn't have to wait for their universe enlightened ancestral gods to return, and they would be able to step foot into the lower dimensions. For a moment, there was a rumbling sound. Extremely intimidating holy light rolled out and sealed off the space around Lin Tian. The group of gods grabbed at Lin Tian and closed in on him in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian naturally saw these people. He didn't make any unnecessary movements. Only his majestic aura suddenly spread out. With a chi-chi-chi sound, the divine spirit holy light that was pressing down on them shattered completely. The group of divine spirits was sent flying from the impact. Even the 3 ordinary Sir Gods of Heaven and Earth Supreme level were no exception. Supreme of Heaven and Earth, you. When they looked at Lin Tian again, the group of divine spiritual worlds people were moved. Even the 3 ordinary Sir Gods who were leading the group were no exception. Lin Tian glanced at these people. He naturally knew why they attacked him. Since you call yourselves gods, why don't you have the benevolence that gods should have? Why must you smelt the lower realms? Why must you let countless living beings suffer? It's the ancestral god's order. One of the divine emperors said in a low voice, You do whatever your ancestral god tells you to do. Don't you have any opinions of your own? Lin Tiandao asked. Have you never thought that your ancestral god's decision is wrong? Is it wrong? In fact, he had known for a long time that this group was acting under the ancestral god's orders. None of the gods had any thoughts of going against the ancestral god. However, he couldn't help but ask such a question at this time. Hearing this, the gods were furious. One of the divine emperors said coldly, The ancestral god is the one with the most hope to become the king. There can't be anything wrong. This person said, The living beings of the lower realms are too weak. There's no need for them to exist. We were born for the heavens and earth, so we are the most correct existence. We only need to exist. The lower realms should be integrated into our divine realms, making them stronger and making the gods of the future generations stronger. Are you really that weak? Can you defeat me, someone from the lower realms? Can you defeat the celestial arch and the human king? Lin Tiandao, the divine emperor who spoke, paused for a moment, then said coldly, "We can't defeat the celestial arch and the human king, but we can't necessarily take you down." As he spoke, an extremely powerful god's aura emanated from his body. He shouted coldly, "Form the eternal spirit formation!" Beside him, the other gods all moved. One by one, the gods' aura outside their bodies became incomparably majestic. In the blink of an eye, everyone's aura was vast and mighty. They quickly merged together to form a huge god's formation. This formation combined the auras of the gods, instantly increasing the group's combat strength by 10 times. The ancestral god can't be wrong. The lower realms must be integrated into our divine realms and return together with the heart of the 10th dimension. The divine emperor who spoke said coldly, "Together with the eternal spirit formation." It pressed down on Lin Tian mightily. Lin Tian shook his head. In the end, he couldn't persuade these gods. Now he could see that the ancestral god of 10 directions was equivalent to the faith of these gods. His words were useless. The completed reincarnation diagram rushed out from behind him, intertwining with holiness and vastness. It majestically faced the group of gods. This time he didn't show any mercy. The completed reincarnation diagram immediately annihilated all the holiness and enveloped all the gods in this place. One by one, they exploded, and even their divine souls were crushed together. The god's blood floated above the void here. He paused here for a moment, then walked into the distance. Clang! The sword hummed and was extremely bright. It was mixed with an extremely frightening god's aura. In a flash, it slashed from afar. This sword was extremely frightening. Lin Tian's gaze couldn't help but waver slightly. He leaned to the side and moved more than 3 feet away. In the distant sky, a figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man. His eyes were extremely deep, and the aura around his body was extremely vast. Chapter 2483. Human. The third divine emperor glanced at the celestial emperor's gate of heaven and earth. He could tell at a glance that Lin Tian had walked out from it. Considering that all the gods here had been killed by Lin Tian and the seal had not been broken, he instantly guessed that Lin Tian had a special way to pass through the seal. "Tell me how to pass through the seal, and I will spare your life." "Do you think that's possible?" Lin Tian was very calm. The third divine emperor's eyes were cold. He did not say anything after hearing Lin Tian's words. He raised his hand, and a boundless aura of the gods immediately surged. The firmament trembled, and in the blink of an eye, a large amount of murderous light came crashing down. Lin Tian's expression changed. He quickly retreated and dodged all of the murderous light. The murderous light fell on an area far behind him, a group of celestial mountains that were immediately pulverized. "As far as I know, you should not have such battle strength." He looked at the third divine emperor and said, a few months ago he had learned everything about the lineage of gods from the 5th divine emperor's sea of consciousness. Among them, he had a rough idea of the fighting strength of the 10 divine emperors below the ancestral god of 10 directions. However, now that he had met the 3rd divine emperor, his fighting strength was greatly different from the information he had obtained from the 5th divine emperor's sea of consciousness. At this moment, he felt that the 3rd divine emperor's battle strength was even stronger than the 1st divine emperor of this lineage who had already died. Search the seas of consciousness of other gods? The 3rd divine emperor's eyes were cold. As time passes, I will naturally become stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved again. With one step, the 10 directions movement swept the sky, and the wind and clouds pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian frowned. The 3rd divine emperor's momentum was so strong that it greatly exceeded his expectations. It even made him feel a little pressured. However, even though he felt the pressure, his expression did not change. He did not retreat, but met the 3rd divine emperor's attack head-on. Boom! When the two collided, The void in this place immediately collapsed. After all, both of them were supreme existences of heaven and earth, and extremely powerful ones at that. Therefore, even though the space of the 10 divine domain was extremely sturdy and far surpassed that of the 9-dimensional world, it was more or less fragile at this moment. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. The two of them clashed, fighting for hundreds of thousands of li. Large amounts of mountain ranges collapsed. Human, you've surprised me. The third divine lord narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Tian without blinking. I never thought that there would be someone as strong as you in the lower realm besides the Sky Emperor and the Human King. You surprised me too. Your power is 3 times stronger than the number 1 Sir God that I know of. Lin Tiandao. The third divine emperor's eyes were deep and indifferent. The aura outside his body suddenly soared. I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the method to bypass the celestial emperor's seal, and I'll spare your life. He looked at Lin Tian and said. Lin Tian raised his hand and directly slashed out a sword ray towards the other party. The third divine emperor's eyes turned cold as he smashed the sword light with his palm. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. As he said that, the aura on his body suddenly soared again. In the blink of an eye, it reached an extremely shocking level. For a moment, it was as if a Saint energy volcano had erupted in this place. Moreover, at the same time, extremely dense fluctuations of laws surged out from the third divine lord's body. There were a total of 3 types. Solitary heaven, obscuring heaven, and breaking heaven. Lin Tian's eyes moved slightly. The 10 divine dominion, which was also the 10th dimension, had a total of 10 dimensional laws. They were sealing heaven, solitary heaven, obscuring heaven, breaking heaven, chaotic heaven, cutting path, cutting soul, cutting heart, and cutting origin. Each of these laws was extremely terrifying. Originally, among the 10 Sir Gods, as far as he knew, each of the 10 Sir Gods had mastered one of these 10-dimensional laws. Back then, the third divine lord had only mastered the solitary heaven law. He did not expect that even obscuring heaven and breaking heaven would be able to master them now. Moreover, the aura that the third divine lord was exuding at this time was clearly more terrifying than before. It was much, much stronger. This kind of aura actually made him feel threatened. Whoosh! The sound of the air being torn apart reverberated. In an instant, the third divine lord appeared in front of him and directly raised his hand to press down on him. The solitary heaven law, obscuring heaven law, and breaking heaven law coiled around each other, and the aura shook the world. Lin Tian immediately supported the sealing heaven law and cutting path law and faced the third divine lord's 10th dimension laws. The third divine lord's eyes moved slightly. Lin Tian had actually mastered 2 10th dimension laws. Human, you've surprised me once again. You actually know 2 of the supreme laws of my divine dominion. The third divine lord said. His aura shook violently and forced Lin Tian to retreat more than 10 feet. After that, his speed became even faster. He completely sealed the space around Lin Tian and grabbed at Lin Tian. This has surprised you even more. What's next? Lin Tian Andao. As he spoke, he steadied himself. 9 black moons appeared in his left eye, and reincarnation Tao patterns intertwined in his right eye. He opened his eye of destiny and Rinnegan at the same time and clearly saw the third divine lord's movements. He found an opening and slapped out. With this slap, the third divine lord's divine brilliance law shattered. He was sent flying a few hundred feet away. Rinnegan, you've mastered reincarnation. The third divine lord steadied himself a few hundred feet away and looked at Lin Tian again. His eyes were filled with shock. A human had actually mastered reincarnation. How was this possible? Lin Tian didn't say anything. His eye of destiny shook slightly, and he used teleportation. In a flash, he appeared in front of the third divine lord. The third divine lord was shocked. You, slap! Lin Tian grabbed the other party's face, interrupting his words. Holding the other party's face, he directly pressed the other party down into the void, pressing him onto the ground. The impact caused the ground to directly collapse, large cracks spreading out like spider webs. Damn it! The third divine lord roared angrily. His majestic aura was vast and mighty. He struggled free from Lin Tian's grip and moved a few thousand feet away. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the third divine lord. There was a strange light in his eyes. The third divine lord's strength was very different from the information he had obtained in the fifth divine lord's consciousness a few months ago. Now that he had opened his Rinnegan, he had used all his strength. He was at least 20 times stronger than the first divine lord of this lineage, who had already fallen. But now, the third divine lord was actually able to break free from his grip. Reincarnation! 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 The third divine lord opened his mouth, and his eyes were filled with greed. He stared at Lin Tian as if he was staring at his prey. Human, you're very good. This monarch wants you. I'm not interested in men. Lin Tian said coldly. He raised his hand and swung his sword. The speed of the sword was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it drew close to the third divine lord. There was a puff and blood splattered. The sword was too fast. The third divine lord couldn't avoid it and was directly pierced through. Then he took a step forward and appeared in front of the third divine lord. His Rinnegan moved slightly, and he used the reincarnation purgatory illusion killing technique. However, in the next moment, his eyes narrowed. The third divine lord in front of him gradually disappeared like an illusion. It wasn't his real body. Human, I'll come for you again. You're mine. A cold laugh came from the southeast. Lin Tian tilted his head. In a flash, he traveled a few million miles and then stopped. There were traces of blood in the void. However, the third divine lord's aura had completely disappeared. This person, his eyes narrowed. He had opened his Rinnegan and could see through everything. However, the third divine lord had been able to escape from his Rinnegan. A gentle breeze swept through the air. He paused for a moment and closed his Rinnegan and Eye of Destiny at the same time. He stood there and looked at the center of the 10th divine territory. He paused for a moment and then headed there. The third divine lord's aura had completely disappeared. He couldn't be bothered to look for him. Now that he'd come to the 10th divine domain, his goal was to grow stronger and improve his strength, not to kill divine spirits. From the 5th divine lord's sea of consciousness, he'd learned that there was a divine spirit celestial palace in the center of the 10th divine territory. It was where the top gods of the divine spirit lineage resided. The 10 ancestral gods, the 10 divine lords, and the other gods who'd reached the 9th dimension all resided in the divine spirit celestial palace. There were many rare treasures there. He decided to go there and search for them. In another part of the 10th divine territory in a treasure mountain, reincarnation! The third divine lord's chest was bleeding, but his eyes were burning with greed and excitement. I'm not his match yet. At the same time, I can't accommodate reincarnation. I have to continue growing stronger. I have to devour more. His eyes were filled with greed and excitement. Reincarnation is mine. It's all mine. The celestial emperor, the human king, the ancestral gods, you'll all be beneath my feet. I'll be the king. Crazy and cold words intertwined in this treasure mountain. The third divine lord stepped into the distance and disappeared into the horizon. In the 10th divine territory, the sky was blue and the Saint Spirit Chi was extremely dense. Lin Tian moved quickly from the place he'd been before. He was already far away. Then he tore open several void portals and soon arrived at the center of the 10th divine territory. As far as the eye could see, there was an expanse of precious palaces in the sky. They were situated within the clouds, surrounded by immortal light. I'm here. A bright light flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. This was the divine spirit celestial palace. Only those who'd stepped into the ninth dimension were qualified to enter this place. He paused for a moment, then headed straight for the divine spirit celestial palace. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of it. When he was close to the palace, he could feel that the saint spirit chi in the air was much denser than before. It was extremely shocking. He was shocked by this, but then he suddenly felt a little curious. This was the divine spirit celestial palace, the core area of the divine spirit celestial palace. Logically speaking, this place should be heavily guarded, and there should be many divine spirits here. However, when he arrived, the surroundings were very quiet. He didn't even see a single divine spirit guard outside the palace. He felt strange about this. After a pause, he continued to walk into the heavenly palace. Soon, he stepped into the heavenly palace. Chapter 2484. Inside the celestial palace, the saint power was even denser and boundless. However, there was blood everywhere and many places were damaged. It was as if a great battle had taken place here, but there was not a single corpse here. What's going on? Lin Tian frowned. As far as he knew, there were only divine spirits in the 10 divine regions, and there were no other demonic beasts. There was only one clan in this world, and as far as he knew, there had never been any internal strife in this clan. Here, the core of the divine spirit lineage, the heavenly palace, was now broken and covered in blood. How could this be? What had happened? After a pause, he walked towards the center of the divine spirit heavenly palace. Wherever he went, most of the pavilions and immortal palaces in the divine spirit heavenly palace were broken, and there was a lot of blood everywhere. The smell of blood was very strong. Soon after, he walked through the entire divine spirit heavenly palace and found many ancient pavilions with hidden treasures and scriptures. However, they were all empty, all of the valuable items gone. It was as if they were robbed. This made him feel even more strange. Among the 10 divine emperors, the 3rd divine emperor was still alive, and he should have been guarding the divine spirit heavenly palace in the past. If the 3rd divine emperor was guarding it, why would it become like this? Could it be? He narrowed his eyes, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Was this caused by the 3rd divine emperor? He had such a guess, and then he felt it was very likely. The 3rd divine emperor's strength was too different from the information he found in the 5th divine emperor's sea of consciousness. Moreover, the 3rd divine emperor must have known that this place had become like this. The possibility of him not knowing was basically zero. Previously, when the 3rd divine emperor fought with him, he did not show any signs of worry. Obviously, he did not care about what had happened here. Therefore, the possibility of it being the 3rd divine emperor was almost 100%. What does he want to do? He frowned. For a moment, he instinctively had a bad feeling. He didn't find anything of value after searching the entire palace. However, he decided to stay here and cultivate for the time being. This was because the place where the divine spirit heavenly palace was located had a terrifyingly dense Holy Spirit chi. It was naturally the best place to cultivate. Within the heavenly palace, he chose an ancient pavilion with the densest Holy Spirit chi and went into seclusion. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra activated on its own accord. For a time, billowing Saint Spirit Chi surged within the Divine Spirit Celestial Palace. It almost turned into a liquid state within the Divine Spirit Celestial Palace, completely wrapping around him. For a time, his essence, energy, and spirit increased bit by bit. His cultivation base also gradually became stronger. There was no end to cultivation. Although supremacy of heaven and earth was the final realm in the path of cultivation, there was no limit to this realm. He had just stepped into this realm, so his cultivation could still continue to improve. Buzz! As he cultivated, strands of divine light interweaved on the surface of his body, making him look magnificent. At the same time, he spread out his divine thought of the origin and began to comprehend the other 10th dimensional laws apart from the seal of the heavens and cut the way. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In half a year, he had completely mastered all the dimensional laws of the 10th dimensional heaven. Together with the 9th dimensional laws that he had previously mastered, they were all integrated into the 3-dimensional heaven and earth within his body, causing the 3-dimensional heaven and earth to undergo another great transformation. Naturally, his cultivation base had also increased by a lot. His combat strength was at least 10 times stronger than half a year ago. Boom! On this day, half a year later, a destructive light descended from the heavens and smashed the ancient pavilion that he was cultivating in. I came back to look for something. I didn't expect you to be here. You saved me the time of looking for you. A cold laugh rang out. The 3rd Divine Emperor stood in the heavens, looking down at Lin Tian as he charged towards him. Lin Tian stood up. He was a little surprised by the 3rd Divine Emperor's appearance, but he wasn't afraid at all. He flicked his finger. With a clang, a sharp sword ray shot up. Its speed was extremely fast as it pressed down on the 3rd Divine Emperor. The 3rd Divine Emperor raised his hand and smashed the sword ray with a slap. His majestic divine aura sealed the surroundings. Outside his body, a total of 6 10th dimensional laws intertwined. As time passes, I will continue to transcend. I will suppress everything, he said coldly. Hand over the samsara. The auras of the 6 10th dimensional laws surged violently. They were solitary heaven, heaven obscuring, heaven shattering, path cutting, and soul cutting. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. This person was much stronger than half a year ago. He had actually mastered 6 10th dimensional laws at the same time. You're a little strange, he said coldly. As his words fell, there was a boom. An extremely powerful might rushed out from his body and forcefully blasted away the 3rd Divine Lord's 6 laws of the 10th dimension. The completed reincarnation diagram rushed out from behind him and pressed down on the 3rd Divine Lord in a straight line. Moreover, the Eye of Destiny and the Eye of Reincarnation opened at the same time. He used all his strength and used the Samsara River to envelop the 3rd Divine Emperor. 10 10th dimensional laws were used at the same time and mercilessly slashed at the 3rd Divine Emperor. The 3rd Divine Emperor, was moved. Compared to half a year ago, he was much stronger. He had mastered 6 10th dimensional laws. After sensing Lin Tian's aura, he felt that this time he would be able to suppress Lin Tian. However, he did not expect Lin Tian to be much stronger than him. In just half a year, Lin Tian had mastered all the 10th dimensional laws. Moreover, his cultivation realm had obviously increased by a lot. With a shocked expression, he attacked again. He used all his strength to meet Lin Tian. However, it was useless. The technique he used was shattered by Lin Tian's Saint Energy laws in the blink of an eye. Bang! With a muffled sound, the 3rd Divine Emperor was sent flying on the spot. Lin Tian closed in on the 3rd Divine Emperor. His left eye of destiny and his right eye of reincarnation appeared mysterious and noble. He said coldly, "Were you the one who destroyed this heavenly palace? Did you kill all of the gods and spirits among them? What are you planning?" The 3rd Divine Emperor's eyes moved slightly, and he revealed a sinister smile. "I am the ruler. I am the one who deserves to be called the Divine King." He laughed coldly and slapped his palm towards Lin Tian. His vast palm energy was like a vast ocean, mercilessly sweeping towards Lin Tian. Then he did not stop. He turned around and left. Lin Tian shattered the 3rd Divine Emperor's palm energy. His eye of destiny moved, and he used his teleportation ability to catch up with the 3rd Divine Emperor. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. The reincarnation sword rushed out from his body. He had not used this divine origin weapon in a long time. It immediately exploded with an extremely terrifying sword power. It completely sealed off the space within a radius of 10,000 feet. The sword slashed towards the 3rd Divine Emperor. Uft! Blood splattered. The 3rd Divine Emperor exploded. However, He gradually dissipated before Lin Tian's eyes. Reincarnation is mine. Remember, human. A cold laugh came from afar. Lin Tian tilted his head. The three-dimensional power of the heavens and the earth also intertwined as he swung his sword in that direction. From afar, a muffled groan could be heard. Blood splattered and then quickly dissipated. Looking in that direction, Lin Tian frowned deeply. He felt that the third divine emperor was very strange. He gave him a very bad feeling. Therefore, just now he had used all his strength. The three-dimensional power of the heavens and the earth, the reincarnation eye, and the reincarnation sword were all used. He wanted to kill the third divine emperor in the shortest time possible. However, the third divine emperor still managed to escape under such circumstances. He did not die under his sword. In the past half a year, the third divine emperor had become much stronger. The divine aura that he exuded was many times stronger than it had been half a year ago. It was as if there had been a huge qualitative change. If not for the huge change that had taken place in the past half a year, he might not have been the third divine emperor's match half a year ago. What is he doing? His heart froze. He looked in the direction that the third divine emperor had escaped. He wanted to chase after him. However, the third divine emperor's aura had completely disappeared. The next time I see him, I have to kill him, he muttered to himself. The third divine emperor was somewhat strange and evil. He had a very bad feeling about him. Standing in the void, he paused for a moment and glanced at the divine spirit celestial palace. He then left and walked into the distance. There were many special ancient regions in the divine spirit celestial palace. The saint's spiritual chi there was not much weaker than the divine spirit celestial palace. Moreover, there might be many ancient treasures and immortal treasures. He wanted to go to a few ancient regions in the divine domain one after another to increase his strength. His speed was very fast. After that, he quickly arrived at an ancient region called the Proud Sky Gorge. The saint's spirit chi inside was boundless, and there were various ancient divine plants. However, the air was filled with strands of white mist. The mist was very thick and carried a dangerous aura. Earth vein momentum. A faint light appeared in his eyes as he calmly walked in. In the 10 divine domain, there were no terrifying beasts in the ancient regions of this world. They were all famous because of the special earth vein momentum. Coincidentally, the dragon burial scripture and the law of earth he controlled could effectively counter all kinds of earth vein momentum. Therefore, he was not afraid of these ancient regions at all. He stepped into the Proud Sky Gorge and found some special immortal treasures. He directly refined them. A month later, he stepped into the Proud Sky Gorge and then walked to the other ancient regions. In the blink of an eye, a full year passed. In a year, he had walked through most of the ancient regions of the 10 divine domains. His cultivation base and battle prowess had increased greatly. Ah! A scream rang out, coming from a saint mountain not far away. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. It was not because of the scream, but because he felt a familiar aura there. Immediately he stepped forward. In an instant he was very far away and appeared in the saint mountain. In front of him, thick saint light interweaved. A god in the 9th dimension was enveloped by endless saint light with a face full of shock and fear. He was forcibly merged into the body of a god in black. His aura disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Devouring your own kind? Is this how you become stronger? Lin Tian said coldly as he looked at the god in black. Chapter 2485. As Lin Tian discovered the third divine lord, the third divine lord naturally discovered Lin Tian as well. Human, you have finally appeared again. With a cold smile, the third divine lord immediately attacked. Dense divine light swept toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. His opponent's aura was actually weaker than it was a year ago. Without any unnecessary words, he opened his Rinnegan and suppressed the third divine lord in an instant. The third divine lord's eyes moved slightly. There was a trace of surprise, but more than that, there was still a cold light. You have become stronger again. Lin Tian's Rinnegan moved, causing the third divine lord to tremble immediately. He directly used his Rinnegan to search his consciousness. However, in the next moment, with a poof, the third divine lord suddenly exploded. Human, I am everywhere now. No one can kill me. Soon, I will take you down. The cold voice sounded from all directions. Lin Tian frowned. With a slight movement of his mind, the light of reincarnation swept across all directions. In the blink of an eye, with him as the center, dozens of blood mists exploded within a radius of 10,000 feet. All of them were the third divine lord. They are all avatars. Now his strength was at least 1,000 times stronger than it was a year ago. When he opened his Rinnegan within a radius of 10,000 feet, he killed dozens of the third divine lord in the blink of an eye. However, he discovered that these were not the third divine lord's original body. This made him finally understand why he felt that the third divine lord's aura was weaker than before. It turned out that these were not the third divine lord's original body. At the same time, this made him frown. Why did the third divine lord have so many avatars? Split into countless avatars, devour gods one by one, and then gather all the avatars and merge them together? He guessed in his heart. With such a guess, the bad feeling in his heart grew stronger. This third divine lord was indeed a little dangerous. The third divine lord's ambition was probably greater than that of the 10 ancestral gods. A cold light appeared in his eyes. He left this place. His Rinnegan remained open as he began to chase after the third divine lord. Soon he walked far away. His majestic divine consciousness spread out. In an ancient mountain, he saw another avatar of the third divine lord devouring a god in the tribulation realm. Clang! The sword light materialized beside him and silently arrived in front of the third divine lord's incarnation. With a poof, it shattered the incarnation. Blood splattered everywhere. The tribulation realm god managed to keep his life, but he was still trembling. He then looked at Lin Tian and trembled again. Human, Rinnegan, you. At this moment, as he looked at Lin Tian, the eyes of this tribulation realm immortal were filled with shock. Then, after he had saved his life from the hands of the third divine sovereign, his eyes were filled with fear. He knew that the divine spirit clan had become the common enemy of the 10 divine realms under the ancestral gods' orders. How could he not be terrified when he saw a human who possessed the Rinnegan standing in front of him in the 10 divine realms? Lin Tian glanced at this deity and did not say anything. He turned around and left. All of them were following the orders of the ancestral god of 10 directions. The root of the calamity was the ancestral god of 10 directions, so the only thing they had to deal with was the ancestral god of 10 directions. Of course, with the addition of the third divine lord, the other party made him feel threatened. As for the other gods, as long as they didn't take the initiative to attack him, he wouldn't kill them. Soon, he left this place and stepped through one region after another in the 10 divine regions. He found the incarnations of the third divine lord one after another. Whenever he encountered them, he killed them without mercy. In just half a month, he had killed more than 100 of the third divine lord's incarnations in the 10 divine regions. How many have I divided? He frowned. In half a month, he had killed more than 100 of the third divine lord's incarnations. During the process, he had tried to search for the third divine lord's sea of consciousness, but he had failed. Regardless of whether he searched with his consciousness or forcibly used the Rinnegan, it was useless. Any incarnation that came into contact with the third divine lord's sea of consciousness would self-destruct. This made him very clear that the third divine lord had planted restrictions like the fragmentary divine runes in all of his incarnations. Whenever someone tried to pry into the third divine lord's sea of consciousness or induce the incarnation to reveal anything important, the restriction would be triggered instantly. Let's see how many incarnations you can divide into, he said coldly. He traveled to every corner of the 10 divine regions, cultivating, comprehending reincarnation, and hunting down the third Divine Lord. Time continued to pass. With his boundless consciousness, he constantly found the third Divine Lord's incarnations and killed them. Soon, another year had passed. In the past year, he had killed thousands of the third Sir God's incarnations. Naturally, his cultivation level had become even stronger. Compared to a year ago, it had increased by a lot. As for reincarnation, he had not gained anything. He was clearly just a step away from mastering it. It was as if he could take the next step, but he could not do it. Damn human! The third Divine Lord gritted his teeth in the dark underground of an extremely ordinary ancient mountain. In the past year, thousands of his incarnations had been destroyed at the hands of Lin Tian. These incarnations were all his power. He could not believe it. He was continuously devouring godly spirits. His potential, source, power, and all other aspects were increasing at a tremendous speed. However, based on the feeling of the incarnation, Lin Tian's increase in power was still greater than his. There was a strong murderous intent in his eyes. He could not figure out how Lin Tian could become so strong in such a short period of time. However, this murderous intent quickly turned into a chilling coldness. My incarnations are all over the divine regions. There is no end to them. You can't kill them all. I have all the time in the world. Take it slow. In the end, everything will belong to me. I am the king. His cold voice intertwined underground. The third Divine Lord closed his eyes and sank into cultivation in the dark underground. Lin Tian traveled through the 10 divine regions, stepping through one region after another. He cultivated and chased after the third Divine Lord. Time passed extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. In these 5 years, he had killed over 10,000 of the third Divine Lord's incarnations. His cultivation had also improved tremendously. After all, with his soul roots fully awakened, his path of cultivation was too smooth. Under serious cultivation, his strength could be said to have increased by leaps and bounds. Now he was far from what he was 5 years ago, and had undergone a huge qualitative change. The only thing that had not changed was his control of the Tao of reincarnation. Compared to 5 years ago, he still did not make any progress. He was only a hair's breadth away from mastering it. However, that hair's breadth was like the gap between heaven and earth. It seemed like he would never be able to reach it. He stepped onto the surface of the 10 divine regions and looked into the distance. The current me should be able to buzz. All of a sudden, the entire 10 directions divine regions trembled, interrupting his mutterings. Gusts of wind swept up, gradually becoming stronger and stronger. Moreover, the divine regions began to tremble. It was as if a world-ending earthquake was about to happen, or as if a peerless beast was about to awaken. Lin Tian's expression changed. The black hair in front of his forehead fluttered in the wind generated by the 10 divine regions. His eyes instantly became extremely deep and bright. 2 familiar auras seemed to have come from the eternal unknown. They were approaching at an unimaginable speed. Time fluctuated violently. They're here. He looked up at the sky. With a rumble, the space collapsed. A vast river of time appeared, and 2 figures emerged from it. One was a handsome middle-aged man in a white robe. He looked like an immortal from beyond the heavens. The other was a young man with a slender body and deep eyes. He looked like an immortal prime sovereign. Master! Lin Tian was excited. He instantly stepped into the river of time in the sky and arrived in front of the middle-aged man. This was an old drunkard, also the human king. He was Lin Tian's master. Seeing him again after so many years, Lin Tian's eyes were filled with joy. An old drunkard smiled faintly. He was elegant and handsome. He reached out and rubbed Lin Tian's head. Very good. You've become very powerful. He seemed to have known that Lin Tian was in the 10 divine regions a long time ago. He was not surprised to see Lin Tian now. Lin Tian scratched his head, then looked at the young man beside him. he was a little reserved. Father. He had seen the Sky Emperor once before, but that was only a consciousness clone. Now this was the first time he had seen his father in person. The Heavenly Emperor had a gentle expression on his face, like an old drunkard. He rubbed Lin Tian's head and smiled warmly. Very good. He only said these 2 words, but they were filled with love and, at the same time, a trace of pride. He could sense that Lin Tian's aura was very powerful. Rumble. Suddenly, the river of time trembled and rippled. Heavenly Emperor, Human King, very good. A cold voice sounded. A tall figure stepped out of the river of time. There were 10 halos behind him, and his eyes were so deep that they seemed to contain countless stars. The entire 10 divine regions was shaken by his appearance. With a hiss, the river of time shattered. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as his gaze fell on the figure, the ancestral god of 10 directions. He had once searched the 5th divine Lord Sea of Consciousness, so he naturally knew what the ancestral god of 10 directions looked like. On this day, his father and master had appeared from the river of time. They had returned from the past and could no longer contain the ancestral god of 10 directions. The ancestral god of 10 directions had returned with them. This was the first time he had truly seen the ancestral god of 10 directions, and the first time he had felt his aura up close. That aura was too terrifying. It felt as if the ancestral god of 10 directions was a world unto itself. Everything in the world seemed as insignificant as dust in front of him. The Heavenly Emperor and an old drunkard tilted their heads and looked at the ancestral god of 10 directions. Their gazes were deep but calm. The power of the 10 dimensions, the 10 directions heaven, the ancient and endless eras. You are qualified to travel with me. The ancestral god of 10 directions' gaze fell on the Heavenly Emperor and an old drunkard. I'll give you one last chance. Submit to me and become gods. At this moment he saw Lin Tian, but he didn't care about Lin Tian in the slightest. In his eyes, there was only the Heavenly Emperor and an old drunkard. The Heavenly Emperor was calm. An old drunkard smiled faintly and still didn't say a word. What a pity, the ancestral god of 10 directions said indifferently. The river of time can no longer be reversed. You can no longer stop me. Chapter 2486. The sky darkened and thunder rumbled. The entire 10 divine realms trembled. For a moment, countless gods in the vast 10 divine realms were shaken. Ancestral God's aura. He's back. The ancestral god is back. Many gods were surprised and overjoyed as they rushed toward the ancestral god. At the same time, at the bottom of an ordinary ancient mountain, the 3rd divine lord was moved. He's back. His eyes were gloomy. It's time for me to move. Just wait and see. Everything is mine. Boom! Saint energy filled the sky, shaking the entire world. The ancestral god of 10 directions stood in the sky as if he was the lord of all things. Endless power of law surrounded his body, and his aura shook the sky. Lin Tian was shocked. The ancestral god of 10 directions was too powerful. Although he had already found out about his strength in the 5th divine Lord Sea of Consciousness, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he faced him in person. He was too terrifying. If you don't submit, then die, the ancestral god of 10 directions said coldly. As his words fell, endless thunder rumbled in the sky. In the next moment, it rained down on the celestial arch and the human king. The celestial emperor's eyes were deep and calm. Countless emperor's seals surrounded his body, and frightening laws interweaved to meet the lightning bolts falling from the sky. The lightning bolts were crushed immediately, and the laws of the emperor's seals pressed down on the 10 ancestral gods. Silent sky, sky-obscuring sky, sky-shattering sky, sky-sealing sky, sky-chaotic sky, cutting Tao, cutting soul, cutting heart, and cutting origin. Lin Tian was shocked. His father had also mastered all the laws of the 10th dimension. The imperial seals in the sky, combined with the 10 laws of the 10th dimension, pressed down on the ancestral god of 10 directions in the blink of an eye, annihilating the space in all directions. The ancestral god of 10 directions was as still as a mountain. Only the light of his divine spirit spread out and shattered everything with a hiss. "You've become stronger, celestial Darch." His voice was cold. As soon as he said that, thunder and lightning fell from the sky again. This time, it was stronger and more shocking than before. The old drunkard flicked his finger, and with the point of his finger, all directions trembled. The fluctuations of 10 types of laws of the 10th dimension were mixed within as they pierced through everything. Lin Tian was shocked. His master had also mastered all the laws of the 10th dimension. "You've become stronger." Ancestral God Shifang's eyes were indifferent. As soon as the words left his mouth, a boom could be heard, and the space around him instantly became oppressive. Waves of godly spirits began to surge. The Sky Emperor narrowed his eyes, and so did an old drunkard. Both of them exuded an aura as vast as a galaxy. "You are very powerful, extremely powerful. However, you can't stop me," Ancestral God Sherfu said coldly. In the next moment, he moved, bringing with him an endless wave of divinity that swept toward the Celestial Darch and an old drunkard. The Celestial Darch summoned countless imperial seals and stepped forward to meet his opponent head-on. An old drunkard moved as well. With one step, the mountains and rivers moved. Endless precepts mixed into a sky full of saint energy, sword waves. An intense collision erupted in this place. Each of the 3 individuals was an existence that could penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth. They disrupted time and shattered space. However, in comparison, the ancestral God Shifang was still much stronger. Even though the Celestial Darch and an old drunkard were invincible in the 9th dimension and struck fear into the hearts of the other gods, they were still at an absolute disadvantage when facing the ancestral God Shifang head-on. Lin Tian stood in the distance, his eyes gleaming as he watched his father and teacher fight the ancestral God Shifang. He was shocked by the strength of the two and the terror of the ancestral God Shifang. At the same time, the blood in his body began to boil. Boom! A vast and boundless aura spread out from his body. The Eye of Destiny and Reincarnation opened at the same time. The Reincarnation Forging Divine Technique was activated together, increasing his combat strength by 20 times. Then the Undying Precepts also vibrated. Boundless light of destiny and reincarnation light immediately intertwined in this space, forming a vortex of destiny and reincarnation. In the next moment, the Eye of Destiny trembled slightly, and the ability to teleport was activated. In an instant, he appeared behind the ancestral God Shifang. Together with the reincarnation eyes, the vast and boundless reincarnation light gathered at the tip of his fist. He punched toward the ancestral God Shifang, causing the endless void to collapse. The ancestral God Shifang tilted his head, and a glint flashed across his eyes. Reincarnation. Ever since he stepped into the past, he had seen Lin Tian from the very beginning. However, he did not pay much attention to Lin Tian. His attention was only on the Heavenly Emperor and an old drunkard. However, he did not expect Lin Tian, whom he did not pay attention to at all, to be able to control reincarnation. That kind of power was something that even he could not control. Dong! Lin Tian's punch shook the entire area. In the next moment, it landed in front of the ancestral God Shifang. It was extremely fast and powerful. The reincarnation light filled the sky and drowned everything. The ancestral God Shifang raised his hand and instantly grabbed Lin Tian's fist. The glint in his eyes became even brighter, deeper, and colder. "You are not much weaker than the Heavenly Emperor and the Human King." Can a human's potential and body withstand reincarnation? He grabbed Lin Tian's fist with one hand. Boundless divine light surged and enveloped Lin Tian from all directions. Lin Tian's expression changed. His left eye of destiny vibrated slightly and instantly disappeared. He then appeared in front of the heavenly emperor and an old drunkard. At the same time, his right eye of reincarnation moved slightly. The heavenly river of reincarnation and the blood sea of reincarnation swept out together. They descended from the sky and drowned the ancestral god Shifeng. This time, the heavenly river of reincarnation and the blood sea of reincarnation did indeed suppress the other party. However, in the next moment, his expression changed slightly. The heavenly river of reincarnation and the blood sea of reincarnation collapsed, revealing the ancestral god Shifeng. He was not injured at all. An incomplete reincarnation is useless and meaningless. The ancestral god Shifeng's eyes were deep. As he spoke, his eyes became even more profound. He stared at Lin Tian without blinking. Boom! Boundless divine light resonated with each other. He took a step forward and closed in on Lin Tian. An incomplete reincarnation was meaningless. However, to be able to control reincarnation, even if it was just a little, was enough to show that he was extremely terrifying. At this moment, compared to the heavenly emperor and an old drunkard, he was more concerned about Lin Tian. Outside the heavenly emperor's body, boundless imperial seals trembled. 10 types of 10th dimensional laws intertwined once again and pressed down mightily. An old drunkard attacked together with the heavenly emperor. He also activated 10 types of 10th dimensional laws and attacked the other party together with the heavenly emperor. Lin Tian naturally attacked together with them. The light of destiny and the light of reincarnation flared. At the same time, there was a clang. The sound of a sword was ear-piercing. The reincarnation sword slashed out of his body. He used it to perform the reincarnation sword technique. This was his one and only original divine weapon. He had been refining it until now. After being continuously baptized by lightning and the power of faith, it was now extremely powerful. As he activated the reincarnation sword technique, it instantly shook and filled the sky with sharp killing swords. Boom! 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 Surging saint energy surged, shaking the surroundings. He, the heavenly emperor, and an old drunkard fought together against the 10 ancestral gods. The sky collapsed as they fought. Not long after, whoosh, 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 sounds could be heard. One after another, gods rushed over from various regions of the 10 divine realm. Ancestral gods. The gods were all excited and pleasantly surprised when they saw the ancestral gods from afar. After such a long time, their ancestral gods had finally returned. At the same time, the gods also saw the heavenly emperor and human king. They all had fear and coldness in their eyes. Back then, it was these 2 people who restrained their ancestral gods. Otherwise, they would have already melted the 9 worlds below into the 10 divine realm. The heart of the 10th dimension would have also returned long ago. At the same time, some gods also saw Lin Tian. Then they saw Lin Tian's Rinnegan and the light of reincarnation intertwined around Lin Tian's body. For a moment, their expressions changed drastically. Reincarnation, this human, the gods were all shocked. A human actually controlled reincarnation. Rumble. The sky trembled and saint light rumbled. Lin Tian cooperated with heavenly monarch and human king. Their battle intent soared to the sky as they attacked the 10 ancestral gods from different directions. Very good, very good. The ancestral god said coldly. He was surrounded by 3 supreme experts, but he didn't seem to be affected at all. Outside his body, the divine light shook and turned into a terrifying wave that swept out, blasting Lin Tian and the other 2 away. Lin Tian's expression was solemn. He had fully awakened his soul root. In the environment of the 10 divine realm, he had cultivated seriously for several years, and used the reincarnation forging divine art and the law of indestructibility to increase his strength. Now he was no weaker than his father and teacher. However, he was still no match for the ancestral god with his father and teacher. Most importantly, the 10 ancestral gods were only casually attacking, and they were far from using their full strength. Monster! He gritted his teeth. Monster? You, who control reincarnation, are normal? The ancestral god's eyes were indifferent, and there was no change in his expression. With a loud rumble, the divine light behind him turned into a monstrous wave that pressed down on Lin Tian in a mighty manner. At the same time, it also enveloped the heavenly emperor and human king. This momentum was too shocking. Lin Tian, the heavenly emperor, and an old drunkard attacked together, but they were forced back again. Lord Ancestral God is invincible. A mere human dares to defy us and the Ancestral God? You think too highly of yourself. In the distance, the group of gods watched this scene with eyes brimming with reverence and respect for the Ancestral God of 10 directions. The Ancestral God was tall, and behind him were 10 divine halos that shone brightly. How long can you last? He looked at Lin Tian and the other 2, and his voice was calm and indifferent, as if he was the master of heaven and earth. The heavenly emperor didn't say anything. He formed a seal with one hand, and a divine diagram with countless imperial seals formed above his head. Behind an old drunkard, a huge light shadow formed. It was dreamy and illusory, and it seemed like it could crush everything with a single blow. Behind Lin Tian, a 3-dimensional heaven and earth appeared. The surging power of heaven and earth was vast and mighty, and the void in all directions was distorted inch by inch. 3 terrifying waves of energy spread out, causing the ordinary gods in the distance to tremble and involuntarily retreat. Very good. Not bad. The ancestral god said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine light outside his body became a little stronger. It turned into 3 monstrous waves that swept toward the 3 of them. Above the heavenly emperor's head, the heavenly emperor diagram spun upward and cut everything apart. An old drunkard merged with the huge light shadow behind him. The huge light shadow moved with him, and its fist shattered everything. Chapter 2487. The sharp sword radiance destroyed everything. The celestial arch diagram suppressed everything, and an old drunkard's human sovereign divine shadow flattened everything. Such an imposing aura was shocking to the extreme, and it caused all the ordinary gods to feel terrified. It was too powerful. However, this was nothing to the ancestral gods of the 10 Directions continent. Not bad. After saying that, the ancestral god of 10 Directions raised his hand, and a bright light spread out. The fierce battle only lasted for a moment. Lin Tian, the celestial arch, and an old drunkard were all knocked back at the same time. The sword radiance shattered, the celestial arch diagram cracked, and the human sovereign divine shadow also cracked and disappeared. Specks of blood splattered in the void, forming a bright red color. Lin Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and frowned deeply. The ancestral god of 10 Directions was too powerful. They were no match for him. The ancestral god of 10 Directions looked at Lin Tian and the other 2 and did not continue to attack. He was like an emperor looking at his subjects. With your strength, why are you risking your lives for a group of irrelevant people? Is there any meaning to it? He said, there is no end to cultivation. Submit to me and refine everything in the world. We can step into a higher dimension. If you are willing to submit, I can take in your family and friends. Every life has a meaning to it. Using the lives of all living beings in exchange for power is too dark. The celestial arch said, a general success is built on the bones of thousands. To open up a further path of cultivation, there must be sacrifices. Is this called darkness? The ancestral god of 10 Directions looked at the celestial arch. A man like, you can't even understand this simple logic? I don't understand. The celestial arch said calmly. The ancestral god of 10 directions shook his head with disappointment. He looked at the human sovereign. Human sovereign. I don't understand. The human sovereign smiled. What about you? The ancestral god of 10 directions looked at Lin Tian. I don't understand. Lin Tian Ondao, stepping on the lives of innocent living beings to achieve his goals. Was this not darkness? Was it not darkness? The disappointment in the ancestral god of 10 directions' eyes deepened. Then his eyes turned cold. From now on, I won't give you any more chances, he said coldly. With a hong sound, roiling waves of deity surged. He took a step forward, his aura alone blasting the 3 of them aside. Thunder exploded in the sky, boundless thunder and lightning intertwined, turning into a thunderstorm that pressed down mightily. The boundless thunderstorm enveloped Lin Tian, the celestial arch, and an old drunkard at the same time. Lin Tian condensed the sword of heaven and earth using the 3 dimensions of heaven and earth. With a swing of the sword, it slashed across the sky. Clang! The sword chime was ear-piercing, shaking the surroundings. Behind the Heavenly Emperor, the diagram of the Heavenly Emperor appeared again, suppressing the surroundings. Behind an old drunkard, the human sovereign's divine shadow appeared once again, wrapping around him and moving along with him. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them collided. In this region, the sky was continuously destroyed, collapsing and being annihilated. Ancient annihilation. Suddenly, for indifferent words came out. The Heavenly Emperor made a seal with both hands for the first time, and an extremely terrifying aura suddenly intertwined, as if it could destroy the world. Invisible waves immediately fell in front of the 10 ancestral gods. Bang! There was a muffled sound. For the first time, the 10 ancestral gods were sent flying, and the void behind them instantly collapsed. Drops of golden blood splattered in the void. Lord Ancestral God! How is this possible? The group of ordinary gods had already retreated far away. At this moment, seeing the scene, all of their expressions changed. Their ancestral gods, an invincible existence, were now injured by someone. Lin Tian's expression changed as well. Before this, the 3 of them hadn't been able to injure the ancestral god in the slightest. But now his father had actually injured the ancestral god all of a sudden and sent him flying. Just now, he was shocked. Just now, the technique that his father had used clearly had the fluctuation of laws, but it did not match any of the laws that he knew of. It did not belong to any dimensional laws that he knew of. However, the power of that law was extremely terrifying. It was obviously many times more terrifying than any of the 10th dimensional laws. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Golden blood dripped in the air. The 10 ancestral gods steadied themselves and looked at the blood in the air. Their eyes darkened, surpassing the inherent laws of heaven and earth. Is this a self-created law that you created? He looked coldly at the celestial arch. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a rumble. The divine radiance around his body became even more intense, and his aura became even more terrifying. Boundless waves suppressed everything in the world. The light of destruction suppressed everything in the world. Illusory void flower. An old drunkard spoke. As soon as these 4 words came out, endless hazy radiance appeared between heaven and earth and melted everything in the blink of an eye. It was as if endless hazy illusions were flickering between heaven and earth. Invisible waves of air spread out and landed on the 10 ancestral gods. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. The 10 ancestral gods retreated 30 feet away, and a bloody hole appeared in their chests. It was a shocking sight. This scene caused the group of ordinary gods in the distance to tremble violently again. How? Their ancestor god of 10 directions was injured again, and even his chest was pierced through. The 10 ancestral gods lowered their heads and looked at the bloody hole in their chests. Then they raised their heads and looked at an old drunkard. You have also created your own law. The bloody hole in their chests healed quickly. They looked at an old drunkard and then at the celestial arch. You have indeed created your own law. After being silent for countless years in the river of time, he actually managed to silently reach this step. With a rumble, the divine radiance around his body became even stronger. His eyes shone brightly as he pressed down on the celestial arch and an old drunkard. Ancient destruction, illusory void flower. The celestial arch and an old drunkard attacked at the same time. Special laws surrounded them, and their terrifying auras shook and shattered everything. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying saint energy surged. The three of them fought fiercely and destroyed everything. Lin Tian's eyes couldn't help but ripple. For a moment, he couldn't help but be stunned. His eyes flickered violently. At this moment, as he watched the battle between his father and his master, the fluctuations of the laws that intertwined outside their bodies were too shocking and terrifying. With his soul root that had been completely unsealed, he seriously observed and discovered that he couldn't control the laws outside their bodies no matter what. It was just like the reincarnation, forging divine art and reincarnation calamity crossing song that Wu Yi had created for him. Only he and Wu Yi, who possessed the origin of reincarnation, could use them. No one else, no matter what, could do it. Created by combining their origin, their own law, his heart trembled. Just how strong were his father and master? They had created their own law outside of all dimensional laws. He estimated that among the known dimensional laws in the world, only a complete reincarnation could suppress such a law. At this moment, his father and master were fighting the 10 ancestral gods to a draw. They weren't at a disadvantage at all. How is this possible? That was impossible. How is this possible? In the distance, the ordinary gods were in disbelief. Boom, boom, boom. Intense confrontations and frightening laws were everywhere in this place. The heavenly emperor's sacrifice to ancient extinction, an old drunkard's illusion flower, and the boundless divine light of the 10 ancestral gods had completely lost the overwhelming advantage they had at the beginning. Under these two laws, they no longer had the upper hand. Lin Tian watched from afar. At this moment, he didn't even make a move. Originally, he thought that he should be as strong as his father and master, but he didn't expect that in the end he was still wrong. Over the years, he had been constantly improving. In the long river of time, in the past era, his father and master had also improved. They had actually created their own laws, which were even more terrifying than the 10-dimensional laws. Boom! The aura of the laws was frightening, and the divine light was vast. The two collided, shaking the wastelands and collapsing the void. Very good. The 10 ancestral gods still said these two words indifferently. As his words fell, the first of the 10 divine halos behind him trembled slightly. In an instant, there was a rumble, and the mountains and rivers lost their color. An extremely frightening law, aura, spread out like a volcanic eruption. With another rumble, the heavenly emperor's eternal extinction and an old drunkard's illusion flower were both annihilated. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds rang out. The heavenly emperor and an old drunkard were both knocked back at the same time, and blood splashed out. Father! Master! Lin Tian hurriedly went to greet him. It's fine, the heavenly emperor said. An old drunkard wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the 10 ancestral gods with a smile. Or should I say, as expected of the strongest god. I'm the chief god, the first to be born in the 10 divine realms. I was born by the will of heaven and earth. The 10 ancestral gods said indifferently. Born by the will of heaven and earth? An old drunkard smiled. If that's the case, why didn't the heart of the 10 dimensions acknowledge you? The 10 ancestral gods' eyes were cold. Everything needs time. One day I'll be king. As his words fell, the first divine halos behind him trembled again, and law fluctuations filled the sky. Lin Tian was moved. Previously, he was a little concerned about the 10 divine halos behind the 10 ancestral gods. He couldn't see through them previously, but now, after the first divine halos trembled twice, he finally understood. The 10 ancestral gods, the strongest ancestral gods of the god spirit lineage, had also created their own laws. Moreover, there were 10 of them, and they formed a law divine halos behind him. This made him feel the terror of the 10 ancestral gods once again. They had actually created 10 of their own laws. Boom! The surging law immediately rushed over, enveloping him, the Heavenly Emperor, and an old drunkard at the same time. The Heavenly Emperor moved, and the eternal extinction law was pushed to the limit as he faced the attack. An old drunkard shook his hand seal, and the illusory void flower appeared, facing the other party head-on. Lin Tian attacked again at this time, and the three-dimensional world was pushed to the limit. Moreover, all the dimensional laws that he had mastered were released at this time, and all of them were intertwined on his reincarnation sword, and he slashed out fiercely. Boom! The strongest combat power of the three merged together, turning into a destructive storm that met the 10 ancestral gods' laws. God descends to heaven and earth. The 10 ancestral gods said coldly, and the second divine halos behind him trembled. Chapter 2488. The fluctuations of the laws were frightening. Lin Tian, the Sky Emperor, and an old drunkard were all shaken. Without any hesitation, the three of them retreated at the same time, each casting a powerful technique to meet the ancestor gods' laws head-on. Rumble! With a loud boom, the space of the 10 directions collapsed, and large cracks appeared one after another. Lin Tian, the Sky Emperor, and an old drunkard were all pushed back, and their faces paled slightly. This is only his second law. There are 8 more after that, each stronger than the last, an old drunkard said. The old drunkard said. He was clearly at a disadvantage, but there was a smile on his face. Lin Tian knew that an old drunkard didn't have any follow-up moves that could absolutely suppress the ancestor gods. Instead, it was just his personality. Other than when Master's wife's reincarnation soul had died, he was always so calm and collected no matter what the situation was. We must stop him in this divine domain, the Sky Emperor said. Once the ancestor gods stepped out of the 10 directions divine domain, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the few realms below. The two of them stood together, their gazes calm. The aura around their bodies had already been pushed to the peak before, but now it gradually began to rise again, becoming stronger little by little. Compared to us, your potential is limitless. In this battle, you're weaker than us now, but as long as you're willing and have a firm belief, you'll definitely be able to catch up and surpass us in the shortest time possible. An old drunkard said. Lin Tian's expression changed. He knew that an old drunkard's words were directed at him. Yes, Master, he said seriously. The eye of destiny and the eye of reincarnation vibrated at the same time. An endless light of providence and reincarnation surrounded him. His aura, which had already reached its peak, grew stronger bit by bit, just like an old drunkard and the Sky Emperor. The ancestor gods didn't take the opportunity to attack. 10 divine halos revolved behind him as he looked at an old drunkard, the Sky Emperor, and Lin Tian. Strands of light intertwined in his deep and indifferent eyes. Compared to us gods, you humans are really weak. However, with your weak bodies, you've continuously surpassed us, created your own laws, improved infinitely, and controlled reincarnation. You're not weak humans. You're more like gods than many gods. I really don't want to kill you. It would be a pity. I take back my previous words. I'll give you one more chance. Submit to me and follow me to break through the fog of cultivation and step into a higher dimension. I'm still willing to accept your family and friends. He looked at the three of them. In the distance, the gods, their ancestor gods, an invincible existence, had invited 3 human cultivators from the lower worlds time and time again. You've opened up the path ahead and stepped into a higher dimension. You've sacrificed thousands of lives as a foundation. It's hard to accept. The Sky Emperor shook his head. Our paths are different. An old drunkard said. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He couldn't accept the ancestor god's words. The ancestor gods looked disappointed, but in the next moment his eyes became cold again, stubborn. With a boom, a vast aura of laws surged. Behind him, the first and second divine halos vibrated at the same time. 2 terrifying waves of laws intertwined and pressed toward Lin Tian, the Sky Emperor and an old drunkard. An old drunkard's eyes were deep, and the Sky Emperor's eyes were calm as they faced the attacks. Surging saint energy rushed out of their bodies. It seemed to be endless, and it kept getting stronger and stronger. World of destruction. The Sky Emperor suddenly opened his mouth and said these 4 words. With a loud rumble, the terrifying energy of the laws erupted like a volcano, crushing the 10 directions ancestral gods' first and second laws. It turned into a torrent that slammed into the 10 directions ancestral god. With a loud bang, the 10 directions ancestral god was knocked back 10,000 feet. Lin Tian was shocked. This seemed to be a new self-created law, and it was more like the second stage of the ancient world of destruction. At the same time, in the distance, the other ordinary gods trembled and their expressions changed. Their invincible ancestor gods were pushed back by the Sky Emperor again. In their impression, their ancestor god was invincible and no one was his match. Countless years ago, the Celestial Emperor and the Human King could only drag their ancestor god to the past to restrain him. They were no match for him at all. But now they actually saw their ancestor god being forced back several times and injured. The ancestor gods stabilized himself thousands of feet away. His expression didn't change at all as he walked back step by step. With a boom, the first and second divine halos behind him became even brighter. Divine arrogance of 10 directions. Divine descent. He said coldly, these 2 laws were self-created, and they surpassed the 10th dimension laws born by heaven and earth. At this moment, they erupted with extreme power. In this space, the void was silently annihilated, and the destructive aura was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian couldn't help but tremble. This kind of aura made his soul feel cold, and the feeling of death was extremely strong. Endless illusion. An old drunkard spoke, and his eyes became extremely deep in an instant. It seemed to be more terrifying than the Rinnegan, and he could see through everything. Sizzling sounds rang out as the 2 laws that the ancestral god had summoned were annihilated. A wave of laws that did not carry any destructive aura landed on the ancestral god's body and smashed him into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Tian's heart palpitated, and he trembled again. The second stage of the illusion void flower law. So strong! His heart couldn't help but twitch. The ancestor gods who had pushed the 2 laws of the proud god of 10 directions and divine descent to the limit were pushed into the ground in an instant. Looking at his father and master at this moment, he could clearly feel that he who thought he could compare to these 2 existences was in reality roughly several dozen times weaker than the 2 of them. The difference was too obvious. Boom! The territory shook, and the next moment it broke open. A holy light rushed into the sky, and the ancestor gods rose from the ground again. Very good. Very good. Looking at the Celestial Emperor and the Human King, his eyes became even colder. Behind him, the 3rd divine halo began to shine. An extremely terrifying law aura rippled out like water ripples, and the boundless space and earth trembled violently. The Celestial Emperor and an old drunkard's eyes were deep, and the aura outside their bodies rose again. The self-created law fluctuations intertwined and greeted the ancestor gods. Remember your master's words. Your potential is far greater than ours. If you want to improve and become stronger, you can be far faster than us. The Celestial Emperor's back was facing Lin Tiandao. The moment he finished speaking, he moved. Along with an old drunkard, the self-created law surged out mightily. Divine wonder ate desolates. A cold voice rang out. Behind the ancestor gods, the third divine halo vibrated, and the new self-created law intertwined, and everything in its path collapsed. The Celestial Emperor and an old drunkard attacked, and their respective laws met one after another, gradually becoming stronger. Boom! The three of them collided, and their holy energy filled the sky. Lin Tian watched from the side as his father and master fought against the ancestor gods. For a moment his eyes shone brightly, and the blood in his body began to boil as if it was being boiled. The Eye of Destiny and the Rinnegan vibrated at the same time. Although his combat strength was dozens of times weaker than his father and master, he still charged forward without hesitation and fought against the ancestor gods together with the two of them. As he fought fiercely, his eyes shone even brighter. He carefully observed the self-created laws of his father and master, and the three laws of the ancestor gods. Although he couldn't learn them, he could use them to stimulate his body. He believed in his father and master's words. As long as he was willing, as long as he had confidence, he could quickly become stronger. Boom! 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 As the four of them fought fiercely, the space kept rumbling and the ground kept collapsing. As time passed, the light in Lin Tian's eyes became brighter and the aura on his body became stronger. His soul roots were fully activated. This was a once-in-a-lifetime battle. He had to continue to improve in this battle. He firmly believed that he could continue to grow stronger. He attacked the 10 ancestral gods again and again, attacking them head-on. Even though he was knocked back time and time again, and blood was constantly spurting out of his body, he did not retreat at all. Not bad. Very good. The Celestial Emperor and the Human King spoke at the same time. The ancestor god's eyes were cold as they fell on Lin Tian, and he reached out to grab Lin Tian. Boundless laws pressed down mightily. Why don't you let the kid go first and deal with us? An old drunkard laughed, and the everlasting illusion laws met the ancestor god's attacks. The Heavenly Emperor didn't say anything, and the Nirvana universe laws shook for thousands of miles. With one law, 10,000 Daos were annihilated. Lin Tian's comprehension was improving, and it was obvious that he was on the path of transformation. The two of them could see that, and they wouldn't let the ancestor gods disturb him at this moment. The ancestor gods snorted coldly. You call someone who controls reincarnation a kid? Behind him, his third divine ring released an even more frightening holy soul, and the laws of the universe suppressed and sealed everything. An old drunkard smiled faintly, and the Heavenly Emperor didn't say anything as he faced the ancestor gods head-on. Lin Tian attacked from the side, and the light in his eyes became brighter. The laws of dimensions in his body kept mixing outside his body, and there were thousands of changes in an instant. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. 3 days later, with a bang, the third divine ring behind the ancestor gods shone brightly, and the aura of laws shook. An old drunkard and the Heavenly Emperor were forced to retreat hundreds of feet. The ancestor gods opened his hand, and endless light shone as he grabbed at Lin Tian. It was also at this moment that the light in Lin Tian's eyes became extremely hazy, like strands of turbid light intertwining. He waved his hands, and a special fluctuation of laws gradually appeared, and then it became stronger rapidly. Chaotic 9 heavens. Boom! Heaven and earth shook. As soon as the 4 words came out, an extremely turbulent aura burst out like a destructive storm, and with him as the starting point, it swept toward the ancestor gods mercilessly. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere as the 10 ancestral gods' giant hands were instantly shattered and blasted apart. Then, in the next moment, there was another poof and golden blood splattered again. The ancestor gods shook violently and half of their bodies were smashed. Ancestor Gods. Chapter 2489. Golden blood splattered in the air and flowed in large patches. How is this possible? The ordinary gods couldn't believe their eyes. Half of their ancestral god's body had been destroyed. Nothing like this had ever happened before. It's stronger than our current laws. An old drunkard smiled. The celestial emperor nodded and smiled. Lin Tian's eyes glowed with divine light. His murky eyes gradually brightened, and then they shone again. In the past 3 days, he had integrated all the dimensional laws except reincarnation and studied the laws of the celestial emperor, an old drunkard, and the ancestral god of 10 directions. With the full potential of his soul root, he had created his own law that surpassed the laws of the 10th dimension. The ancestral god of 10 directions' eyes glowed with divine light. His shattered body recovered in the blink of an eye, and he looked at Lin Tian without blinking. His third law, which even the celestial emperor and the human king couldn't defeat, was destroyed by Lin Tian in an instant. Moreover, half of his body was destroyed. Lin Tian looked up at the ancestral god of 10 directions. His eyes glowed. At this moment, he could clearly feel that he was closer to his master and father in terms of combat power. In the next moment, he stepped forward and took the initiative to close in on the ancestral god of 10 directions. A special law fluctuation surrounded him. He raised his hand, and the law fluctuation surrounded his fist as he punched out. Boom! The void rumbled as if a sacred drum had been beaten. The ancestral god of 10 directions' third law was shattered by the punch, and Lin Tian's fist landed steadily on his chest. The ancestral god of 10 directions' eyes were cold. He raised his hand and pointed his sword at Lin Tian's fist. The fist and the sword finger collided with each other. It was like 2 pieces of divine metal colliding with each other, emitting an ear-piercing rumble. Bolts of lightning interweaved in the surroundings, crackling and ringing. Chaotic 9 heavens, Lin Tian said. At the tip of his fist, the law erupted like a volcano, twisting, destroying, and suppressing everything. With a poof, the ancestral god of 10 directions' sword finger was shattered, and his fist smashed toward his chest. The ancestral god of 10 directions tried to dodge, but the distorted space pulled him back. Pooh! Lin Tian's fist landed on his chest, penetrating it. Golden blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, with a clang, the reincarnation sword behind him vibrated and emitted a monstrous sword cry. Coupled with the chaotic 9 heavens law that he had comprehended, it transformed into a dazzling divine rainbow and arrived before the 10 ancestral gods in the blink of an eye. Junior, don't be too proud of yourself. Ancestral god 10 directions said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, his majestic aura vibrated and turned into a torrent of saint energy that spread out. With a clang, the reincarnation sword was sent flying. Lin Tian's body also trembled violently, and he was sent flying for more than 1,000 feet. It's not unreasonable for you to be able to control the cycle of reincarnation in 3 days. Your potential surpasses mine. The next moment, his figure appeared in front of Lin Tian. It was even faster than teleportation. Even with the Rinnegan, Lin Tian couldn't see it clearly. He could only vaguely feel the aura of the law. The 4th law, divine world. Ancestral god 10 directions said coldly as he slapped his palm toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't dare to be careless. He immediately activated his saint energy to the limit and faced the attack with the reincarnation diagram. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the completed reincarnation diagram shattered. The ancestral god of 10 directions' giant palm landed squarely on his chest. In an instant, he felt as if a meteorite had crashed into his chest. He immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood, and all the bones in his body were shattered. He gritted his teeth. His eye of destiny shook slightly, and he teleported tens of thousands of feet away. At the same time, the reincarnation heart sutra operated on its own, and 9-colored Saint Light surrounded him. In the blink of an eye, his injuries were healed. When he looked at ancestral God 10 directions again, his heart couldn't help but tremble. His opponent was too terrifying. The divine world law was even faster than his Eye of Destiny's teleportation ability. Even with the Rinnegan, he couldn't see his opponent's movements clearly. One must know that his current cultivation was not much inferior to his father's and master's. Even with this level of cultivation, the reincarnation forging mind technique and the undying law to increase his strength, coupled with the Rinnegan, he was still unable to see clearly. How fast was he? Then he looked at the 6 divine rings behind ancestral God 10 directions. These divine rings were formed by ancestral God 10 directions, self-created laws. They were kind of symbol, and each one was more terrifying than the last. How could he defeat ancestral God 10 directions? He was truly invincible. However, although he thought of this, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. No matter how strong his opponent was, the goal of this battle wouldn't change. He had to stop his opponent in the 10 divine domain. He had to defeat his opponent. Very good. The Heavenly Emperor walked over and faced ancestral God 10 directions with a smile. He didn't hide the praise in his eyes. An old drunkard walked up and nodded with a smile. He didn't say anything. In 3 days, Lin Tian had comprehended his own laws and undergone a transformation. This was worthy of their praise. Then their gazes fell on ancestral God 10 directions again. The aura around his body grew stronger. Lin Tian also looked at ancestral God 10 directions with a solemn expression. Ancestral God 10 directions looked at the 3 of them, then at a distant location in the 10 divine domain. You're fighting to the death to protect the lives of the people below. I don't think you can do it, he said indifferently. He said indifferently as he pointed with his finger. The divine rule of heaven and earth, combined with the divine light, cut across the sky in the blink of an eye, heading toward the tunnel of heaven and earth that connected the 10 divine realms and the 9th dimension. It penetrated the seal set by the celestial emperor, and then the divine light continued on, destroying the seal of the gate of heaven and earth at the other end of the 9th dimension. The heavenly emperor sensed it and narrowed his eyes. Naturally, he could sense that the seal he set was broken. Now, any god in the 10 divine domain could pass through the gate of heaven and earth. Boys, kill them. Ancestral God 10 directions said indifferently. The group of gods also sensed it, and they instantly understood the ancestral god's intentions. Yes, kill. The gods' eyes lit up with excitement as they charged toward the gate of heaven and earth. Don't even think about it, Lin Tianlong said. His Rinnegan trembled slightly, and a vast expanse of light of reincarnation swept out and pressed down on the surroundings. For a moment, the path of the gods was cut off, and many of them were shattered. The light of reincarnation was nothing to the ancestral God 10 directions, but it was a disaster for the ordinary gods. Ancestral God 10 directions snorted coldly. His holy light surged and pressed down on Lin Tian, not giving Lin Tian any chance to stop the gods. The gods moved again and charged toward the gate of heaven and earth that connected the 9th dimension. What's the hurry? A lazy and calm voice sounded. An old drunkard spoke. He didn't do anything, but he pushed back the gods charging toward the gate of heaven and earth. Don't you want the heart of the 10th dimension? I'll get it for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his head and formed a simple hand seal. An invisible light intertwined and spread out. Almost at the same time, the sacred inscriptions lit up in every corner of the 4-dimensional world and 10 directions ancient star. The supreme aura of heaven and earth intertwined and produced endless light, illuminating every corner. What's going on? These sacred inscriptions. In the 10 directions ancient star, countless beings were shocked. Then, in the blink of an eye, All the living beings on this ancient planet disappeared without a sound and appeared in another vast world, in the four-dimensional world. At the same time, the 10 directions ancient star trembled, and an invisible starry gate opened in the starry sky, disappearing from the four-dimensional world and reappearing in the 9-dimensional world. Following the heaven and earth gate that connected the 10 directions divine domain to the 9 directions divine domain, it didn't take long before it appeared in the 10 directions divine domain, about 1,000 feet behind the old drunkard. As they appeared in the 10 directions divine domain, the light around the 10 directions ancient star became even more hazy and vast. Such a scene shocked Lin Tian. The 10 directions ancient star was moved here by an old drunkard. He quickly scanned the 10 directions ancient star with his divine thought and found that there were no more beings in it. Then he realized that an old drunkard must have used some special means to move the beings in the 10 directions ancient star away. The heavenly emperor was very calm. Obviously, he already knew about this. This is the core of our divine domain, the heart of 10 dimensions. In the distance, the ordinary deities were excited and shocked. At this time, they felt the special aura of the 10 directions ancient star. It was so obvious that it coexisted with the 10 directions divine domain. At this moment, looking at the 10 directions ancient star, no deities went down to the heaven and earth below. For the first time, the ancestral god of 10 directions' eyes lit up as he stared at the 10 directions ancient star behind an old drunkard. "Human king, you've done well," said the ancestral god of 10 directions ancient star. Even he, the number 1 deity, couldn't deduce the location of the heart of 10 dimensions. But the human king found it. After saying that, he didn't say anything else. He took a step forward and used the law of God traversing the heavens. In an instant, he appeared in front of the 10 directions ancient star and grabbed it. This was the heart of 10 directions, the core of the divine domain. It was the most important existence to him and the 10 directions divine domain. His speed was extremely fast, but in the next moment the 10 directions ancient star disappeared silently and reappeared in another place. "Ancestral God, why are you in such a hurry? You still can't merge with it and get its approval. Why don't you think about how to deal with us first?" An old drunkard smiled. Lin Tian was moved. Hearing this, he understood a lot in an instant. Back then, an old drunkard had set up layers of traps on the 10 directions ancient star. Although he couldn't merge with it, he was now moving the 10 directions ancient star with the law of God traversing the heavens. Even the ancestral god of 10 directions, law of God traversing the heavens, was faster than an old drunkard. Chapter 2490. The ancestral god of 10 directions looked at an old drunkard, and his deep eyes became even colder. In the next moment, he moved. He didn't just grab the 10 directions ancient star. Instead, he used the sacrificial god art to attack an old drunkard. Majestic law fluctuations intertwined and enveloped Lin Tian and the celestial arch. "You're right. I'll deal with you first. I have all the time in the world. Let's see how long you can last," he said coldly. Boom! The 10 directions ancient star rumbled and the void distorted. The omnidirectional law was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of an old drunkard and threw a punch at an old drunkard. It was so fast that it was almost impossible to dodge. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of a sword echoed. A sharp sword light slashed out, intertwining with the law fluctuations of nirvana. The ancestral god of 10 directions sidestepped the attack and looked at the celestial arch. "You can see clearly?" he said coldly. Even Lin Tian was surprised. The omnidirectional ancestral gods, laws of God traversing the world, were even faster than his eye of destiny, but his father had actually been able to clearly capture his opponent's movements. At the critical moment, he slashed out with his law sword, forcing his opponent to dodge. The celestial arch didn't say anything. He held the nirvana divine sword and slashed out. The sword light swept across the sky and slashed toward his opponent. Behind the ancestral god of 10 directions, his fourth divine halo flashed. The omnidirectional law was continuously used to dodge. However, the celestial Thearcha's sword light was always able to get close. The ancestral god of 10 directions' eyes intertwined. After a dozen breaths, a ring of origin divine light spread out. "Appear," he said coldly. As the divine spiritual light rolled out, one imperial seal after another appeared in the void, covering every inch of the void within a radius of 10,000 feet. And in the center was the celestial emperor. "I see," he said coldly. Lin Tian also understood. With such imperial seals spread out in all directions, no matter where the ancestral god of 10 directions moved, he would touch the imperial seals. His father was precisely relying on the vibrations of the imperial seals to accurately capture the trajectory of the ancestral god of 10 directions, as expected of the celestial Darch. An old drunkard laughed. The eyes of the ancestral gods of the 10 directions were cold and indifferent as they swept out. "It's not a big deal. Break for me." His self-created third law swept out, engulfing all of the imperial seals. However, in the next moment, all 10 ancestral gods frowned. As the third law swept past, not a single imperial seal was shattered. "If I don't die, the seal won't shatter," the Sky Emperor said calmly. The ancestral god's eyes were cold. "Then I'll kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward, and the first law, second law, and third law vibrated at the same time. A boundless aura of laws pressed toward the heavenly emperor. The celestial Darch swung the sword of nirvana, and a majestic aura shook the surroundings, enveloping every inch of space. As expected of father, Lin Tian's eyes glowed as he channeled the dragon burial scripture. Together with the origin, he created a sky full of dragon marks. Each of the dragon marks contained the aura of his reincarnation origin, just like his father's imperial seal. As long as he didn't die, the dragon marks wouldn't shatter. Chaotic 9 heavens. Without any unnecessary movements, he stepped toward the ancestral gods and pulled open the self-created law he had comprehended. An old drunkard laughed as the boundless imperial seal appeared. Like the celestial Darch, it captured the ancestral god's trajectory. Boundless illusion. The second self-created law was unleashed. Together with the Sky Emperor's Nirvana universe and Lin Tian's chaotic 9 heavens law, it enveloped the ancestral gods. Rumble. There was a fierce collision. In this place, space was annihilated and territory collapsed. The three of them worked together and had a special way to deal with the ancestral god's fourth law, God traversing the world. For a moment, the ancestral gods were at a disadvantage. Chaotic 9 heavens. Lin Tian spoke again, urging the chaotic 9 heavens law to be even stronger. Nirvana universe. Eternal fantasy. The celestial Darch and the human king spoke at the right time. At this moment, they unleashed the third self-created law. As soon as the third law was unleashed, its aura even overpowered Lin Tian's chaotic 9 heavens law. With a sizzling sound, the divine radiance and law radiance around the ancestral gods were annihilated in the blink of an eye. Poof! Golden blood splattered as half of his body was crushed. It was a shocking sight. Ancestral gods. In the distance, the group of ordinary gods trembled again. Up until now, their ancestral gods had been injured time and time again. However, the ancestral god's expression did not change. His eyes were still cold. Not bad. With a boom, the fifth divine ring behind him began to tremble. An extremely terrifying law aura spread out with him as the center, toward Lin Tian, the celestial Darch, and an old drunkard. Poof! 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 3 streams of blood splattered as the 3 were sent flying at the same time. All of them were badly mutilated. As expected of the ancestral gods, this is only the 5th law. An old drunkard was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. His body was covered in blood, but he still had a smile on his face. However, we have already used our full strength. The celestial Darch was also covered in blood, but his expression was still calm. He did not say anything. Lin Tian was also badly injured. Like an old drunkard and the celestial Darch, he was covered in blood. His expression was solemn. The reincarnation forging mind technique, the three-dimensional world, the reincarnation eye, the reincarnation sword, and the chaotic nine heavens law. He had used all of his trump cards. Together with his master and father, he still could not defeat the ancestral gods. The other party was too strong. However, such a 10 ancestral god still had 5 even stronger laws that he had yet to utilize. Each of those 5 laws was definitely more terrifying than the last, and their might was more terrifying than the last. It was truly difficult for him to imagine exactly how tyrannical his opponent's peak combat strength was. What other tricks do you have? I will wait for you to use them. The ancestral god of 10 directions said. He stood in the sky like an ancient emperor, looking at Lin Tian, the celestial Darch, and the human king as if he was looking at his subjects. What other tricks can they have? They have already reached their limits against you, Lord Ancestral God. They are no match for you. This is the difference in dimensions. They are powerless. Off in the distance, a group of ordinary gods looked over at the 10 ancestral gods with reverence in their eyes. At this time, another voice sounded. Not necessarily. In the distance, 3 beautiful figures walked over. They were 3 women, the goddess, the All-Heavens Holy Maiden, and Wu-Yi. The 3 of them naturally sensed that the human king had moved the ancient star to the 10 directions, divine domain. The All-Heavens Holy Maiden knew that the human king and the celestial Darch had returned. She also knew that the ancestral gods had returned from the past and started a war in the 10 directions, divine domain. They had immediately set off for the 10 directions, divine domain, and arrived at this place. The ancestral god looked at the 3 with indifferent eyes. He did not care about the goddess and the celestial Darch at all. His divine will was so powerful that he could clearly sense that the 3 women were far inferior to Lin Tian, the celestial Darch, and the human king. Mother, Masteress, Lin Tian was moved. Then his gaze fell on Wu-Yi. You're here. He looked at Wu-Yi with gentleness and joy in his eyes. Amen. Wu-Yi nodded. At this time, the celestial Darch and an old drunkard naturally saw the goddess, the All-Heavens Holy Maiden, and Wu-Yi. It's time for us to retreat. An old drunkard looked at the celestial Darch and smiled. The celestial Darch nodded. An old drunkard had told him many things, so he naturally understood what an old drunkard meant. I'll leave it to you. He looked at Lin Tian with a gentle gaze. With that, the 2 of them retreated at the same time, leaving only Lin Tianyi on the battlefield. Such a scene shocked the ordinary gods in the distance. They felt that the current celestial Darch and an old drunkard were at least 20 times stronger than Lin Tian. But now the 2 of them had retreated and left the weakest Lin Tian on the battlefield. This puzzled them. Even the 10 ancestral gods were puzzled. Celestial Darch, human king, what do you mean? Lin Tian controlled reincarnation and was extraordinary. But now his combat strength was still inferior to the celestial Darch and the human king. But now, at this time, the strongest celestial Darch and the human king had abandoned Lin Tian and left the battlefield, leaving the weaker Lin Tian to face him alone. This puzzled him. He knew that the celestial Darch and the human king were not cowards. Outside Lin Tian's body, wisps of divine light intertwined, and 9-colored divine light flowed. He stepped forward and walked toward the 10 ancestral gods. His attitude caused the 10 ancestral gods' eyes to narrow slightly. You seem to think that you can face me alone. He looked at Lin Tiandao. Where did you get this sudden confidence from? Lin Tiantan smiled, but his footsteps did not change. Because my wife is here. As his words fell, the faint sound of a flute sounded. It was gentle and soft, like the purest divine sound of heaven and earth. Boom! Outside his body, the divine light shook and his aura skyrocketed. It grew in a geometrical manner, as if it was going to break through the sky. In the blink of an eye, his aura had increased by 500 times. Then, this aura did not stop growing. It continued to increase until it was 1,000 times stronger. The 10 ancestral gods were moved and their eyes narrowed. Lin Tian's aura had increased 1,000 times in an instant. 1,000 times. Even Lin Tian himself was moved. He could not help but stop and look back at Wu Yi with a shocked expression. Wu Yi played the Reincarnation Tribulation Crossing song. Together with the Reincarnation Forging Divine Art and the completely unsealed Reincarnation Origin in his body, it could increase his combat strength by 500 times at most. But now it had increased to 1,000 times. It's my responsibility to make you stronger. Wu Yi played the Reincarnation Tribulation Crossing song in the distance, and at the same time transmitted her voice through divine consciousness. She looked at Lin Tian with a gentle gaze. Go. In the past few years, she had given up on improving her own cultivation. Instead, she had been in seclusion to improve the Reincarnation Tribulation Crossing song. Finally, 5 months ago, she had achieved results. The Reincarnation Tribulation Crossing song had become more profound and extraordinary than before. Together with the Reincarnation Forging Divine Art, it could unleash even more amazing effects and could increase Lin Tian's combat strength even more. Hearing this, Lin Tian's body trembled. He instantly guessed that Wu Yi must have improved the Reincarnation Tribulation Crossing song in the past few years. Looking at Wu Yi, he was moved, but at this time he did not say anything. He took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at the 10 ancestral gods again. The 10 ancestral gods' eyes shone brightly. Come, human, let me see how strong you are now. Around his body, the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth laws revolved together. At the same time, the sixth divine halo behind him vibrated, and the sixth laws intertwined together. His aura also skyrocketed. Lin Tian's eyes were deep. The next moment he moved. He took a simple step forward and instantly appeared in front of the 10 ancestral gods. The 10 ancestral gods were moved. You, bang. Chapter 2491. Golden blood splattered in the void. It was a ghastly sight. The ancestral god of 10 directions was pierced through. As he was sent flying, his blood continued to splatter as he crashed through the void. In the distance, the ordinary gods were all shocked. Ancestral god. The ancestral god of 10 directions steadied himself and looked at Lin Tian from afar. His eyes were deep and indifferent, but there was a hint of sharpness in them. Human. He looked at Lin Tian and said in a cold voice. At this time he had used the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth laws at the same time. However, all of these laws were shattered by Lin Tian with a simple punch. At this moment, Lin Tian clearly felt that his energy, spirit, and other aspects were far superior to before. Is it because of her? He tilted his head and looked at Wu Yi. He naturally felt that Lin Tian's change had something to do with Wu Yi. His eyes were cold, and 2 beams of sharpness shot out from his eyes and slashed toward Wu Yi like a peerless killing sword. It was incomparably fierce. Lin Tian's eyes flickered slightly. The light of reincarnation intertwined and directly shattered the killing light that the ancestral god of 10 directions had sent toward Wu. Your opponent is me, he said indifferently. The ancestral god of 10 directions glanced at Wu Yi and then looked at Lin Tian. Not bad. The 2 of you are not bad. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared in an instant. He was so fast that no one could see him clearly, and he appeared behind Lin Tian. Almost at the same time, Lin Tian flipped his hand and slapped out, distorting the space around him. The ancestral god of 10 directions was startled. He hurriedly crossed his arms in front of his chest. In the next moment, Lin Tian's palm landed on his arms and shattered them with a crack. Once again, the ancestral god of 10 directions was sent flying thousands of feet away. Don't play tricks. It won't work on me now. Lin Tiandao, the ancestral god of 10 directions, narrowed his eyes. Just now, he had used a rule of God traversing the heavens, but Lin Tian did not use the dragon mark void to sense his movement trajectory. It was obvious that Lin Tian had seen his movement trajectory with just his eyes. There's a huge difference from before, said the ancestral god of 10 directions. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura started to rise. Behind him, his 7th divine ring started to vibrate, and light shone in all directions. In the blink of an eye, his essence, chi, and soul had increased explosively. Divine 1000 chaotic / he said coldly. Immediately, with him as the center, boundless sword light swept toward Lin Tian from all directions. The destructive aura was terrifying to the extreme. Can the Sky Emperor block it? An old drunkard smiled faintly and asked the Celestial Emperor. I can't block it, the Sky Emperor said calmly. More or less, an old drunkard said with a smile. At this moment, the power of the ancestral god of 10 directions, 7th law, was too terrifying. Even as strong as the two of them were, they were not confident that they could block it. If they faced it head-on, even if they did not die, they would definitely suffer unimaginable injuries. The faces of the goddesses and saintesses turned slightly pale, just by sensing the fluctuation of the rule of God from afar. They felt as if their divine souls were about to be destroyed. Wu Yi played the flute, and it was very quiet. The Reincarnation Tribulation Transcendence song was gentle and melodious, and it was as pleasant as the sacred music of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, the 7th law fell in front of Lin Tian. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian moved. With a flick of his finger, a ray of sword light shot out like a rainbow that could split open the sky. With a hiss, the 7th law of the ancestral god of 10 directions instantly collapsed. Then, the sword light did not slow down. In the next moment, it fell in front of the ancestral god of 10 directions and pierced through his chest with a puff, bringing out a pool of golden blood. An old drunkard smiled. So did the heavenly emperor. The ancestral god of 10 directions' eyes darkened. He had already activated the 7th law, but it was shattered with a flick of his finger. Lin Tian met the ancestral god's gaze calmly. Ancestral god, I'm here. He addressed the ancestral god of 10 directions like an old drunkard. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of the ancestral god of 10 directions. The ancestral god of 10 directions was shocked. At this moment, Lin Tian's speed was even faster than before. He could not react at all. Dong! The sky shook. Lin Tian swung his fist. It was just a simple punch, and it came crashing down. However, this simple punch instantly sealed the space in front of the ancestral god of 10 directions. It was as if the ancestral god of 10 directions had fallen into a mud bath. For a moment, he could not even move his body. In the next moment, Lin Tian's fist landed on the ancestral god of 10 directions' chest. Poof! A mist of blood exploded. This time, the powerful ancestral god of 10 directions' entire body was smashed into pieces. Bits of flesh and bones flew everywhere. Lord Ancestral God. In the distance, the group of ordinary gods trembled. Their invincible ancestral god had his body smashed into pieces. Boom! Sacred light shot into the sky. The pieces of flesh and bones that filled the sky squirmed and reformed in the blink of an eye. The ancestral god of 10 directions had reformed his body again. His eyes were cold as he grabbed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He raised his hand and swung his sword. Boundless reincarnation, sword light, turned into a sword domain that pressed down on the ancestral god of 10 directions. The sharp sword aura immediately suppressed every corner around the ancestral god of 10 directions. The ancestral god of 10 directions' newly reformed body was instantly pierced into a hornet's nest. Blood splattered in the void again. Gurgling sounds could be heard. The ancestral god of 10 directions reformed his body in the blink of an eye. Clang! The first law to the 7th law merged at the same time, turning into a dazzling 7-star sacred blade. It was about 30 meters long and looked extremely hazy, as if it could cut the world apart. Lin Tian stepped forward without dodging. His eye of reincarnation trembled slightly. Incomparable reincarnation light intertwined and shattered the 7-star sacred blade. In the next moment, a bestial roar shook the sky. 100-meter-tall reincarnation beast appeared behind the ancestral god of 10 directions. It was completely formed from the purest reincarnation light. It clawed at the ancestral god of 10 directions, piercing through the void and earth. Poof! The ancestral god of 10 directions exploded again. He couldn't resist the reincarnation beast's claw. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. The ancestral god of 10 directions was pierced through and smashed into the ground, causing cracks to appear on the surface. Lin Tian didn't pursue. He stood in the void and looked down indifferently. Boom! A pillar of divine light shot into the sky. The ancestral god of 10 directions rushed out of the ground in the next moment, his 10 divine halos still revolving behind him. Ancestral god, are you willing to give up on refining the worlds below? Under the 10 divine domains, there are a total of 6 heavens and earths with living beings. Do you know how many lives there are in all 6 heavens and earths? If you want to refine these worlds, countless lives will die tragically. It's too cruel and tyrannical. He looked at the ancestral god of 10 directions. If you're willing to give up on refining these worlds, we'll return the 10th dimensional core to you. My father and master won't have any objections. 10 divine halos revolved behind the ancestral god of 10 directions. He looked at Lin Tian. Although his physical body had been destroyed several times, he didn't show any signs of humiliation. There was no anger in his eyes, either. He was still cold and deep. When he heard Lin Tian's words, his gaze deepened. Since the birth of the divine regions, I've been the only ancestral god. I've lived alone in the divine regions for many epochs. Your father doesn't know, your master doesn't know, you don't know, and even I've forgotten. It's been too long, so long that I can't remember clearly. He looked at Lin Tian and said calmly, back then I was alone in the divine regions, but I've already reached this level. No matter what, I can't go on any further. It's like there's a door in front of me that's tightly shut and I can't push it open. In the future, other ancestral gods came into being one after another. I've always been searching for a way to break through. Although I failed in the process of fusing with the 10th dimensional core, I vaguely sensed a higher dimension, a higher world. Don't think that it's an illusion. You should know very well that at my cultivation level, even if it's an illusion, it's not without reason. In the 10 divine regions, there's an even higher world above the 10th dimensional core. There's no doubt about it. He said, it's just that at that time, I could only vaguely sense it. After that, I couldn't sense it anymore. It's like the beings of the lower realms can't sense the barrier of the upper realms before their cultivation and strength reach a certain level. They can't find the way to the higher realms. Based on that vague perception, I know very well that even if I successfully fused with the 10th dimensional core, it's still difficult to obtain the power to open the door to a higher dimension. For this reason, I need to combine all the energy of the lower realms and integrate it into the 10 divine regions to strengthen it. Then I'll fuse with the core of the 10 divine regions, the 10th dimensional core, to produce the greatest transformation possible. I'll combine the energy of the 10 divine regions and the lower realms to open the door to a higher dimension. Looking at Lin Tian, his eyes gradually lit up. Human, how about it? Follow me? Together, we'll refine the lower realms and integrate them into the 10 divine regions to forge a new, extremely powerful realm to open the path to a higher dimension. In this way, we'll be the pioneers, the people who open up the path ahead. we can create an even more glorious cultivation path for the beings of the future. Lin Tian was moved. There was a higher dimension above the 10 divine regions. The 11th dimension. He was shocked by this, and he didn't doubt the ancestral god's words in the slightest, because it was indeed as the ancestral god had said. With the ancestral god's cultivation, it was impossible for him to have such a misconception for no reason. Once he had such a hazy feeling, then that feeling was definitely real, and there was no doubt about it. There's a higher dimension above our 10 divine regions. There's an even more powerful realm. This, Lord Ancestral God, this is real. How is this possible? In the distance, the group of ordinary gods was shocked. They'd always thought that the 10 divine realm they resided in was the highest dimension, but now they'd learned from their ancestral god that the 10 divine realm wasn't the highest dimension, and that there were higher realms. How could they not be moved? This, behind them, the all-heavens goddesses and all-heavens saintesses paled. Wu Yi, who was playing the Reincarnation Tribulation Crossing song, was also moved. Chapter 2492. The 10 directions, divine dominion, the 10th dimension, and the fact that there was a higher dimension above it was too shocking, and it tugged at everyone's nerves. What do you think, human? The ancestral god's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Lin Tian, then at the celestial arch and the human king. What do you think? Follow me and open up a more glorious path of cultivation. Step into a higher dimension and leave your name behind for eternity. Our paths are different. The old drunkard laughed. It was still the same 3 words from before. Impossible. The celestial Thearcha's words were simple. Lin Tian was shocked by the fact that there was a higher dimension above the 10 directions, divine dominion. When he heard the ancestral god's invitation again, he gradually recovered and calmly shook his head. Using the deaths of countless living beings to pave a more glorious path of cultivation. What you meant by leaving your name behind for eternity is probably just infamy. He looked at the ancestral god and said calmly, I don't want future generations to criticize me behind my back. To be honest, I'm quite afraid of such things. Ever since he started cultivating, he had always had a clear conscience. He could do good things or not, but he could never do bad things. He couldn't do it if he had to step on the lives of countless living beings to open a higher dimension. The ancestral god didn't think much of it. Those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. Why should the strong care about what the weak say? I don't care if it's fake infamy, but if it's real infamy, I care very much, and I'm very afraid. Lin Tian said calmly. The ancestral god's eyes darkened. So you still refuse me? You still want to stop me for a group of weaklings in the lower realm? Lin Tian still looked very calm. At this moment, he remembered something his 6th senior brother, Ao Jian Tianzuan, had said before he recovered his memories after reincarnating. As the celestial arch, I will protect the peace of all living beings, he said. The ancestral god's face turned cold again. Good. As the celestial arch, I will protect the peace of all living beings. As the sound of his voice faded, the 1st to 7th divine rings lit up behind him. The 8th divine ring also trembled, shining brightly. His aura instantly reached an extremely terrifying level. It was much, much stronger than before. Lin Tian naturally felt the tyrannical aura of the other party at this moment, but his expression did not change. He took a step forward, and his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of the 10 ancestral gods and punched them with a simple punch. The ancestral god of 10 directions' eyes were cold. The 1st law to the 8th law fused together and charged toward Lin Tian. The 2 collided in the blink of an eye. The radiance of destruction spread out in waves. Crack! 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 The void continued to collapse and was completely annihilated. It would be difficult for it to recover in a short period of time. The ancestral god of 10 directions seemed to have undergone a huge metamorphosis after using the 8th law. His aura was much, much stronger than before. At this moment, he faced Lin Tian's attack head-on and clashed with Lin Tian, not falling behind at all. Lin Tian's eyes were still calm. His fist and palm collided with each other, and he met the killing light of the other party's law again and again. Soon, dozens of breaths passed. In this place, large amounts of earth collapsed, almost completely beaten to the point where its appearance changed. It was also at this moment that he formed a seal and struck out his law. Chaotic 9 heavens. Boom! The void rumbled, and the saint's aura filled the sky. With a 1,000-fold increase in battle prowess, he disrupted the laws of the 9 heavens at this moment, and the power that erupted was far from what it was before. It instantly shattered all the laws that the 10 ancestral gods had summoned and directly enveloped them. Poof! Blood mist splattered, and the ancestral god of 10 directions collapsed. Only his divine soul was left. When he looked at Lin Tian again, his eyes were even colder. However, there was still no sense of anger. He glanced at Wu Yi, who was playing the Reincarnation Tribulation Crossing song, and his gaze fell on Lin Tian again. In the next moment, the 9th divine ring behind him began to shine. This time, an even more terrifying divine aura spread out. His body seemed to have turned into an eternal storm of destruction. Such a scene made Lin Tian frown slightly. At this moment, the ancestral god of 10 directions, who had used the 9th law, still felt a great pressure, even though his combat strength had increased by 1,000-fold. As expected of the number 1 divine spirit, he said so. Compared to you, I have cultivated for a very long time. It's not an exaggeration to say that I have lived 100,000 times longer than you. However, even though I have lived 100,000 times longer than you, you still forced me to this point. It's not an exaggeration to say that I am humiliated, the ancestral god of 10 directions said. However, when he said the word humiliated, his expression did not show any sense of humiliation. The two of them looked at each other, and the aura around their bodies rose steadily. In the next moment, the two of them fought again. 1,000 revolutions of Oracle, the ancestral god of 10 directions said. Behind him, the 9th divine ring burst into a dazzling light, and the divine aura of a divine spirit filled the sky. This time, with a bang, Lin Tian was sent flying, even though his combat strength had increased by 1,000-fold because of Wu Yi. Traces of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and it was bright red. Humans are ultimately not enough. Our ancestral god is invincible. Seeing that Lin Tian was injured by the ancestral god of 10 directions, the surrounding divine spirits could not help but be moved. They all clenched their fists, and someone could not help but say so. Previously, the ancestral god of 10 directions had been injured several times. Now that the ancestral god of 10 directions had injured Lin Tian, they could not help but feel excited. The ancestral god of 10 directions did not care about the voices of the divine spirits. He looked at Lin Tian, who was bleeding, and glanced at Wu Yi, who was playing the flute in the distance. Then his gaze fell on Lin Tian again. The current you is far from using your full strength. There's no need to hide anything. Let me see how strong you are now. Lin Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the ancestral god of 10 directions. You too. How strong can the 10th law be? Let's see if you can force me to use it. The ancestral god of 10 directions' eyes were deep. Then let's see. Lin Tian Andao. As soon as he finished speaking, his eye of destiny trembled slightly. He instantly used his teleportation ability and appeared behind the ancestral god of 10 directions. Dong! Without any complicated movements, he brandished the reincarnation fist art. With a punch, endless avatars of heaven and earth revolved around the tip of his fist. Mountains and rivers were collapsing. Territories were sinking. The sky was shattering. Stars were collapsing and heaven and earth were being destroyed. The power of this punch was even stronger than the chaotic 9 heavens law from before. It was the most profound attack of his reincarnation fist. The ancestral god of 10 directions raised his hand, and the 9th law converged at the tip of his fist. He quickly turned around and faced Lin Tian's punch. The 2 fists were extremely close in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, they were about to collide. At this moment, Lin Tian's eye of destiny trembled slightly. He disappeared instantly and appeared on the other side of the ancestral god of 10 directions. Dong! The destructive punch landed firmly on the ancestral god of 10 directions. Immediately, a mist of blood splattered. The ancestral god of 10 directions was sent flying. His sturdy divine body exploded in the air. Very exciting. An indifferent voice was heard. The halos were hazy. Behind Lin Tian, divine halos flashed and intertwined with dense laws. Lin Tian was shocked. This was the 9th law divine halo of the ancestral god of 10 directions. He immediately dodged. However, the divine halo came too suddenly. In the end, he couldn't avoid it and was hit head-on. Like the ancestral god of 10 directions, his sturdy reincarnation body shattered. His flesh and blood wriggled. In 2 different directions, Lin Tian and the ancestral god of 10 directions condensed their physical bodies at the same time. The 2 of them faced each other. Their eyes glowed faintly. In the next moment, they moved again and charged at each other. Boom! An intense collision occurred again. Lin Tian wielded the reincarnation sword and swung the boundless reincarnation sword light. Together with the eye of reincarnation, he destroyed the sky. Behind the ancestral god of 10 directions, the 1st to 9th divine halos vibrated and intertwined with a boundless, destructive holy light. 2 figures flickered here, vibrating with transparent light waves one after another. Lin Tian's eyes glowed. As he fought the ancestral god of 10 directions, he recalled his father and master's words. With his endless potential, he could experience such a battle. With the ancestral god of 10 directions as his opponent, as long as he wanted to, he could become stronger at an unimaginable speed. His limitless potential would be even more perfect. For a moment, his eyes became deep. The eye of destiny and the eye of reincarnation intertwined with holy light at the same time. As he fought the ancestral god of 10 directions, he comprehended his opponent's various laws and divine abilities. At the same time, he also comprehended his own body. Suddenly, as time passed, his essence, energy, and spirit became stronger and stronger. His aura became more and more solid and shocking. The ancestral god of 10 directions' eyes moved slightly. He naturally felt the change in Lin Tian, and the pressure on his body suddenly became much stronger. At the same time, the Sky Emperor and an old drunkard also felt it. The smiles on their faces became wider. Not bad, an old drunkard said. The Sky Emperor didn't say anything. His gaze was gentle. They could feel that Lin Tian was beginning to improve again, and the speed of his improvement was very fast. Boom! The battle was intense, and holy light flashed. Lin Tian fought the ancestral god of 10 directions fiercely. The space in all 10 directions was constantly collapsing, and blood splattered in the void. It was the blood of the ancestral god of 10 directions, and also Lin Tian's own blood. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. After 3 months of fierce fighting, Lin Tian's aura continued to rise, and the light from his life origin became brighter and brighter. It was also on this day that Wu Yi stopped playing the Reincarnation Tribulation Crossing song. Her gaze became gentler and gentler. Wu Yi. The goddess' expression changed slightly. She was a little confused why Wu Yi stopped playing the Reincarnation Tribulation Crossing song at this time. It's useless now, Wu Yi said softly. After 3 months of fierce fighting, Lin Tian continued to improve. On this day, his cultivation base, life origin, and spirit had all undergone at least 10 days of transformation. Now, the reincarnation tribulation crossing song could no longer affect the reincarnation origin, and the reincarnation forging spiritual art was also useless. Lin Tian was now so powerful that the reincarnation forging spiritual art and the reincarnation tribulation crossing song couldn't affect him at all. Boom! Monstrous, holy energy swept across all directions. Lin Tian stepped forward. Without the support of the reincarnation forging spiritual art and the reincarnation tribulation crossing song, he threw a punch at the ancestral god of 10 directions. There wasn't a terrifying power, but the fist wave was clearly visible. It instantly destroyed everything. Poof! Chapter 2493. Ancestral God. In the distance, the group of ordinary gods couldn't help but exclaim. They were all trembling again. Their ancestral god had been severely injured by Lin Tian once again. His flesh and blood wriggled, and the ancestral god of 10 directions reformed his physical body in the blink of an eye. He looked at Lin Tian with an even brighter gaze. At the same time, his gaze became even more profound. Endless potential. Human, your progress is too fast. However, you can only reach the same realm as me at most. The lower realms won't allow us to step into higher realms. Looking at Lin Tian, he continued, "Are you really not going to consider opening the path to a higher dimension with me? We can step into a higher realm." Lin Tian shook his head. "If you want to open up the path of cultivation, I'm willing to work hard with you to achieve it. However, opening up the path for you will require the sacrifice of countless lives. That's too cruel, and such a path is meaningless. Then let's fight. Either I kill you and open up a more glorious path, or you kill me and continue to stay in this lower realm." The ancestral god of 10 directions said indifferently. Behind him, the 1st to 9th divine halos vibrated, and his essence, energy, and spirit became stronger in the blink of an eye. A surge of saint power swept through the area in waves, shaking the entire area. Lin Tian's gaze was calm and deep. An aura that was not weaker than the ancestral god of 10 directions intertwined. It was even stronger than when Wu Yi sang the reincarnation tribulation transcendence song to increase his combat power by 1,000 times. He calmly faced the ancestral god of 10 directions. In the blink of an eye, the two charged at each other and collided. Lin Tian swung the reincarnation fist while controlling the reincarnation sword with his mind. Every strike was filled with reincarnation sword light. Furthermore, all of the dimensional laws and the chaotic 9 heavens law that he had created intertwined around his body, transforming into wave after wave of laws that gave off an extremely frightening aura. For a time, everywhere in the 10 directions, large expanses of territory collapsed, and large expanses of the void collapsed. Bang! Lin Tian performed the reincarnation fist and landed a punch on the ancestral god of 10 directions' chest. His fist shook slightly and sent the ancestral god flying. "Sword, come," he said indifferently. As he finished speaking, the reincarnation sword turned into a ray of light and landed in his hand. He held it in his hand and slashed down. Clang! This time he attacked with the reincarnation sword in hand, and its might was much stronger than when he controlled it with his will. It was practically a qualitative improvement. When he attacked with the sword, the surroundings fell silent, and in the blink of an eye, it pierced through the 10 ancestral gods. Golden blood splattered everywhere. The ancestral gods of all directions were crushed. Blood, flesh, and bones filled the sky. However, it was also at this moment that a beam of golden holy light fell. It was so fast that it pierced into Lin Tian's chest. Lin Tian was bleeding from his chest and the corner of his mouth. A wave of law energy began to run rampant in his body as if it had a consciousness. His body trembled slightly as the light of the origin of reincarnation surged, forcefully shattering this power of laws. He held the reincarnation sword in his hand and slashed out, creating a sea of reincarnation swords. The sharp sword light seemed to want to completely destroy the 10 divine regions. The ancestral gods of all directions were extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, they reformed their physical bodies. Not bad. Very powerful. As he said so, he stretched out his right hand, and a golden ancestral god scepter appeared. Buzz! As soon as the ancestral god scepter appeared, the void buzzed. Divine light turned into a ripple and spread toward Lin Tian. Chi! 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 The reincarnation sword light that Lin Tian slashed out was instantly shattered. Not bad scepter. Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled. With a rumble, he unleashed the pure yang flames, which he had not unleashed for a long time, enveloping all of the dimensional laws and his own chaotic 9 heavens laws. Together with the samsara sword, he slashed out a sword that could incinerate the heavens. The eyes of the ancestral gods of all directions were deep. They shook the ancestral god scepter, and countless ancient divine seals interweaved to meet this sword. The two collided with a rumble, and the aura shook heaven and earth. The sword of fire that burned the heavens was annihilated, and the countless ancient divine seals collapsed. The two stepped forward and charged at each other head-on. Clang! Boom! The sword whistled fiercely, and the divine light of the scepter buzzed. The aura of the two continued to rise. Such an aura made the ordinary deities who had retreated far away retreat again. They were all terrified. This kind of confrontation, this kind of aura was too terrifying. An old drunkard and the celestial Dharch stood side by side. They looked ahead, and their eyes fell on Lin Tian. Although it's hard to determine the winner, my disciple has surpassed you. An old drunkard smiled. The celestial Dharch also smiled. You win. Although Lin Tian was his child, he did not teach Lin Tian anything. An old drunkard was the one who introduced the 5-year-old Lin Tian to the path of cultivation. Since then, an old drunkard had been taking care of Lin Tian and protecting Lin Tian. Lin Tian, his child, carried an old drunkard's legacy. Lin Tian had surpassed him, which meant that an old drunkard had defeated him. Boom! Monstrous saint energy surged like waves in the sea. It was an extreme transformation. Now, Lin Tian no longer needed the reincarnation forging spiritual art and the reincarnation tribulation overcoming song. These two arts could no longer affect his life origin and were no longer effective. However, his combat strength was undoubtedly much stronger than before when he had the reincarnation forging spiritual art and the reincarnation tribulation overcoming song. He no longer felt any pressure to fight the ancestral god of 10 directions alone. And now he was on top. Bang! With a muffled groan, the ancestral god of 10 directions was sent flying again. Cracks appeared on the scepter. Human, you are really strong. Very strong. Perhaps you are not any weaker than me. The ancestral god of 10 directions steadied himself and looked at Lin Tiandao. You have now reached the level where I can use my strongest law. Lin Tian did not continue to attack. He stood with the reincarnation sword in hand and looked at the ancestral god of 10 directions. I am honored to witness the strongest law of the first god. He looked at the ancestral god of 10 directions, and his aura began to grow again. Please, ancestral god, let me see how strong the strongest law of the first god is. The ancestral god of 10 directions' eyes were deep. Behind him, his 10th divine halo began to shine. Suddenly, the vast 10 directions divine realm began to tremble, as if a truly destructive earthquake was about to happen. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, and his expression turned grave. The ancestral god of 10 directions had not truly been used, but he already felt as if the sky was falling. Even the spirit in his sea of consciousness could not help but tremble slightly. Behind the ancestral god of 10 directions, the light from his 10th divine halo grew brighter and brighter, and the 10 directions divine realm shook even more violently. The oracle is collapsing. The ancestral god of 10 directions looked at Lin Tian and said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. Step by step, he walked toward Lin Tian. Wherever he passed, countless strange phenomena appeared. Heaven and earth were collapsing, and all things were withering. Lin Tian's eyes became even more profound. An enormous pressure fell on his shoulders, as if heaven and earth were about to be destroyed. Then, I will have to use my full strength, he said. As soon as he finished speaking, he faced the ancestral god of 10 directions. His life origin and spirit shone brightly, and an extremely terrifying aura rushed out immediately. Endless laws surrounded him, and with the purest and most tyrannical aura, he suppressed everything in the world. Just like the 10 ancestral gods, there were also countless unnatural phenomena that intertwined around them. It was as though they were real, very strong. The ancestral god of 10 directions said. He looked at Lin Tian, and his eyes shone brightly. You too. Lin Tianandao. In the next moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The two of them charged at each other at the same time. Their extreme speed was beyond common sense. It seemed to be countless times faster than light. In the blink of an eye, they collided. Boom! It was just a simple collision, but the fluctuations of laws intertwined, and the aura of destruction spread out. Gusts of turbulent hurricanes swept out, and in an instant, the ground collapsed by dozens of feet. Moreover, the space began to be destroyed at an even more frightening rate. Such momentum made the ordinary gods in the distance tremble. Even the powerful Sky Emperor and an old drunkard were stunned at this moment. This collision was beyond their imagination. Boom! The divine realm of 10 directions shook violently. Waves of destructive light emerged from all directions. Lin Tian used his strongest power, and the ancestral god used his strongest laws. The two peak existences collided with each other with their strongest power. The destructive light kept spreading, sweeping to every corner of the divine realm of 10 directions, and the mountains and rivers lost their color. Moreover, the destructive light gradually spread to the gate of heaven and earth that connected to the 9th dimension. It poured in through the gate of heaven and earth and spread through the tunnel of heaven and earth. Soon, it intertwined with the 9th dimension. For a moment, the 9th dimension, which was far less sturdy than the divine realm of 10 directions, became even more dilapidated. The destructive light fell on every region, causing the surviving creatures in the 9th dimension to be plunged into disaster. Is heaven and earth going to collapse? What's happening? The 10 directions divine domain was sturdy enough to withstand the peak collision between Lin Tian and the 10 ancestral gods. Although the space was constantly crumbling, the light of destruction was quickly absorbed and filtered out. However, the 9-dimensional world couldn't do this. It couldn't absorb and filter the light of destruction of this level, so the light of destruction was like a never-ending wave that spread to every region, destroying everything in its path. For a moment, shrill and terrified screams rang out from every corner of the 9th dimension. As the destructive light in the divine realm of 10 directions spread to the 9th dimension, one creature after another suffered and died tragically under the destructive light. Moreover, the destructive light even collapsed the barrier of the 9th dimension on its own and seeped into the 8th dimension, causing the countless creatures in the 8th dimension to suffer a great disaster. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of creatures died tragically. Lin Tian fought with the ancestral god of 10 directions in the divine realm of 10 directions. However, with his current strength, he could already sense the changes in the 9th dimension and the 8th dimension through the gate of heaven and earth. Immediately his eyes narrowed. After a pause, he threw out the divine origin weapon, the transmigration sword, and the transmigration diagram. They turned into 2 beams of light and entered the gate of heaven and earth that connected to the 9th dimension. When they arrived in the 9th dimension, The transmigration sword met the destructive light in the 9th dimension, and the transmigration diagram entered the 8th dimension to meet the destructive light. While fighting with me, you drew out the divine map of King's domain, and the divine origin sword to protect the ants below. The ancestral god of 10 directions' eyes were cold. Human, are you looking down on me? Chapter 2494. Not at all. Purely in terms of cultivation and combat power, Your Excellency is very strong, stronger than anyone in Lin Tian's memory. Lin Tian faced the ancestral god of 10 directions calmly. If that's the case, why are you diverting your power to protect others while fighting with me? The ancestral god of 10 directions asked. Lin Tiantin smiled, still calm. As the immortal emperor, I should protect the peace of all living beings. Behind the ancestral god of 10 directions, 10 divine rings vibrated and dazzling light intertwined. He looked at the celestial arch and an old drunkard in the distance, then looked at Lin Tian again. The celestial arch, the human king, and you. Although you are not of my race, I admire you. You are willing to risk your lives for a group of unrelated people. You are worthy of my admiration. As he said this, his eyes gradually became cold again. However, I will not show mercy. In a battle of life and death, there is no mercy. With a boom, the 10 divine rings behind him bloomed with an even brighter light, and the aura of the laws became even more frightening. You will eventually die in this battle, and your father, master, and friends will not be able to survive. He looked at Lin Tian and walked towards him step by step. The surging aura of laws was like a subject that had its own consciousness. It shook outside his body and interweaved with a heaven-shaking might. This sovereign guarantees you that you will be buried with the highest honors. Lin Tiantin smiled. Then I really have to thank you, Your Excellency. As he spoke, his expression became solemn, and the holy light outside his body burned like a raging flame. However, I will not lose, and I will not disappoint my master and father, my family, my friends. I will protect them all. As for the other living beings, I will also protect them. His life essence shone brightly, and his divine soul also shone with a frightening, holy light. Endless dimensional laws intertwined around him. Instead of retreating, he used the reincarnation sword and reincarnation diagram to isolate the light of destruction that permeated the 9th and 8th dimensions with his will to protect the countless living beings below. At the same time, he faced the 10 ancestral gods head-on. Boom! In the blink of an eye, large swaths of land were destroyed, and swaths of the void were annihilated. Bang! The ancestral god of 10 directions punched out, penetrating the boundless laws of light and landing on Lin Tian's chest, sending Lin Tian flying 1,000 feet away. Blood splattered in the air bit by bit. Lin Tian's mouth was bleeding, but his eyes were resolute. Without the slightest intention of retreating, he channeled all of his dimensional laws into his body. Taking a step forward, he brandished his reincarnation fist. With a single punch, the sky was instantly filled with fist shades. Majestic and mighty, they enveloped every single corner of the surroundings. Boom! The sky trembled and rumbled, as if a sacred drum had been beaten, and the ground collapsed. In the vast 10-directional divine realm, there was even lava surging up and scorching air currents constantly sweeping across this place. Behind the ancestral gods of 10 directions, 10 divine rings shone brightly. 10 types of self-created laws, each of them surpassing the laws of the 10th dimension. Each of them was more terrifying than the last. At this moment, as they interweaved together, the power they formed instantly shattered everything. Then, strands of nomological light penetrated the void and landed directly on Lin Tian's body. It was as if the sky was pressing down on him. With a bang, Lin Tian was sent flying again. Blood instantly appeared on his body, and his body was covered in cracks. However, he didn't care about this at all, and his expression didn't change at all. Again, He steadied himself and circulated the laws of the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, quickly healing his injured body. Then he faced the ancestral gods of 10 directions again. At the same time, he circulated the reincarnation sword and reincarnation diagram across the greater heaven and earth. These two, one was his origin weapon, and the other was his origin monarch territory. Both of them were closely related to his origin. Therefore, with his current cultivation, he could still circulate them even though he was separated by the barriers of 2 realms. He used them to meet all of the destructive light that seeped into the 2 realms, shattering them one by one and protecting the countless living beings below. If he didn't do this, the living beings in the 2 realms wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Moreover, if he didn't make a move, then the light of destruction would continue to seep into the heavens and the earth below, and it would cause even more living beings to suffer and die miserably. Something like that was absolutely not something he was willing to see happen, and he had to stop it. However, there are too many destructive lights that seeped into the lower realms, and he really couldn't destroy them all in a short period of time. Therefore, it was impossible for him to channel all of his battle strength to the ancestral gods of 10 directions, and it was difficult for him to unleash his strongest battle strength. The ancestral gods of 10 directions' eyes shone brightly as they faced Lin Tian head-on. 10 types of laws pressed down again and again. Moreover, the golden ancestral god scepter in his hand trembled. The cracks on it had already been repaired, and it erupted with the most terrifying primordial divine light. It turned into a divine wave that could suppress everything, and it pressed down on Lin Tian mercilessly. Ka! 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 Large swaths of the void were distorted and destroyed. Lin Tian swung his fist and hit the ancestral gods of 10 directions amidst the divine wave, shattering half of their bodies. Good. Very good. The ancestral gods of 10 directions shouted coldly. Lin Tian moved down to the lower realms with the reincarnation sword and reincarnation map, and divided at least 20% of his battle strength to protect the living beings in the lower realms. However, he was still able to injure the ancestral gods of 10 directions. His battle strength was too strong and too shocking. Blood flowed from the ancestral gods of 10 directions' mouth. There was no coldness in his eyes, only indifference. His broken body reformed in the blink of an eye, and he attacked Lin Tian head-on again. He attacked with the purest laws and the purest divine light, and he didn't make any detours. Lin Tian's eye of destiny and eye of reincarnation vibrated at the same time, and the boundless light of providence and reincarnation continued to clash with the ancestral gods of 10 directions. Boom! There was an intense collision, and the void rumbled continuously. Divine light surged, and the destructive light swept in all directions, landing beside the Sky Emperor and the others. A large part of it also swept towards the ordinary gods further away. Lin Tian waved his hand, and the chaotic laws of the 9 heavens fell beside his father and the others, shattering all the destructive light that swept towards them. Now he was fighting with the ancestral gods of 10 directions. This kind of destructive light was too terrifying, and even his father and master couldn't withstand it. Otherwise, his father and master would have gone down to the lower realms to help destroy the destructive light. They wouldn't have continued to stay here. Almost at the same time, the ancestral gods of 10 directions moved. Their 10th divine ring vibrated, and the destructive light that swept towards the ordinary gods was shattered in the blink of an eye. Retreat further away, he said in a low voice to the gods in the distance. Yes, ancestral gods. The ordinary gods responded and immediately retreated. Soon they retreated further away and looked over from a distance. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by divine light. He looked at the ancestral gods of 10 directions and couldn't help but smile. I thought that ancestral gods only wanted to step into a higher dimension and didn't care about anything else. I didn't expect that you would also protect other gods. The ancestral gods of 10 directions said coldly, They are my people, and I want to take them with me when I step into a higher dimension." Lin Tian couldn't help but smile when he heard that. At the same time, he understood why the gods he had met before believed in the ancestral gods of 10 directions so deeply. Even if the ancestral gods were evil, those gods still believed that the ancestral gods of 10 directions were right. It was because the ancestral gods of 10 directions truly treated those gods as his people and had the heart to protect them. He didn't say much. He stepped forward, and majestic divine power swept out again. As a leader, it was right and proper for the ancestral gods of 10 directions to protect those gods. However, invading the lower realms and melting all the heavens and earth, using the lives of countless living beings to open a path to a higher dimension, was wrong. It was evil. If it was wrong, he had to stop it. He was an immortal emperor. He didn't invade other worlds, nor did he kill innocent people. At the same time, he had to protect the ordinary living beings. This was the principle that his senior brother, who was like a brother to him, taught him. Boom! The divine light was dazzling, and as it surged, he activated his eye of destiny and eye of reincarnation with his strongest combat power. The ancestral god of 10 directions' eyes were cold, and the 10 divine halos behind him intertwined and shone brightly. The intense battle shook the 10 directions' divine realms. Blood kept splattering everywhere, but most of it was Lin Tian's blood. I've already said it long ago. If you distract it to protect a group of irrelevant people, you can only lose to me in the end. The ancestral god of 10 directions said. Lin Tian kept bleeding from his mouth, but his eyes were deep and calm. He said solemnly, "I don't believe that I will lose. I will make you believe that your defeat is already foreordained." The ancestral god of 10 directions said coldly. Unparalleled nomological laws pressed down on Lin Tian in waves. Lin Tian remained silent. While controlling the reincarnation sword and the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory through the 2 barriers of heaven and earth, he helped the countless living beings in the 9th dimension and 8th dimension resist the light of destruction that seeped into the lower realm while facing the ancestral god of 10 directions head-on. As a result, he fell further and further behind. In the blink of an eye, the intense battle lasted for another month. During that month, the light of destruction that seeped into the lower realm continued. He couldn't block the attacks from the ancestral god of 10 directions with his peak combat power. Hence, he was shattered by the ancestral god of 10 directions again and again. He suffered heavy injuries, and the aura he exuded gradually became very weak. However, the look in his eyes remained resolute. The heavenly Dharch and an old drunkard watched from afar. An old drunkard was no longer smiling, and neither was the heavenly Dharch. Their gazes became solemn as they stared at Lin Tian without blinking. The heavenly Dharch trembled slightly. Over the past month, she had watched Lin Tian get smashed by the ancestral god of 10 directions again and again. She had seen Lin Tian get injured continuously and his aura become weaker and weaker. Her heart ached for him because he was her flesh and blood. Little 10, the saintess of the all heavens, whispered, her heart aching for him too. Wu Yi's gaze was gentle, and she clasped her hands together like how little Tian Yin used to be. The reincarnation forging spiritual art and the reincarnation tribulation transcendence song were no longer effective on Lin Tian, but she could still pray for Lin Tian to win. Almost at the same time, in the 10 directions ancient star in the distance, in the 10 directions divine realm, there was a slight tremor. Wisps of faint light spread out from the 10 directions ancient star on their own. They were extremely hazy and gentle, and gradually landed on the battlefield between Lin Tian and the ancestral god of 10 directions. They surrounded Lin Tian, who was covered in blood. Chapter 2495. As the faint light surrounded him, Lin Tian was the first to react. The injuries on his body began to heal rapidly. Moreover, his essence, energy, and spirit began to recover bit by bit, becoming stronger. Following the faint light, He tilted his head and looked at the 10-directional ancient star. At the same time, the ancestral god stopped attacking Lin Tian and looked up at the 10-directional ancient star. This invincible ancestral god narrowed his eyes as he looked at the 10-directional ancient star from afar. The celestial emperor, human king, goddess, and the others were also shocked. The 10-directional ancient star was the core of the 10-dimensional heaven. It was the heart of the 10-dimensional heaven. Now, it was emitting light of its own accord toward Lin Tian. What's going on? In the distance, the ordinary gods were also shocked. The heart of the 10-dimensional ancient star was emitting light toward Lin Tian at this moment, causing Lin Tian's aura to gradually recover. This caused all the gods to have a bad feeling at this moment. Whoa! The 10-directional ancient star buzzed, and the already hazy light outside became even more hazy. Gradually, under everyone's eyes, the huge 10-directional ancient star began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, it turned into the purest treasure light, filled with the purest light of heaven and earth and the light of gods. It came to Lin Tian on its own accord and spun around Lin Tian. Waves of heaven and earth light and God light poured into Lin Tian's body. Instantly, Lin Tian's injuries healed faster, and his essence, energy, and spirit began to strengthen rapidly. Looking at the heart of the 10-dimensional ancient star, Lin Tian's eyes flickered. The heart of the 10-dimensional ancient star had come to his side on its own accord. The ancestral god's eyes narrowed again, and they immediately attacked. The 10 divine rings behind them vibrated violently, interweaving the most brilliant light of laws around them. They bombarded Lin Tian while grabbing at the heart of the 10-dimensional ancient star beside Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his hand to meet them. At the same time, he controlled the reincarnation sword and reincarnation diagram to protect the living beings below. Boom! The two collided, and the space around them shook. Lin Tian retreated, blood gushing out of his mouth again. At the same time, the speed at which the 10th dimensional heart revolved around his body became slightly faster. An extremely hazy light suddenly spread out, crushing all the laws that the ancestral gods had summoned, and sending them flying with a bang. Ancestor God. In the distance, the group of ordinary deities could not help but ask. The ancestral gods of 10 directions steadied themselves. Blood flowed out of their mouths. It was also at this time that the 10th dimensional heart beside Lin Tian emitted a gentle holy light that entered Lin Tian's body. For a moment, Lin Tian trembled slightly, and the injuries on his body began to heal at an even faster rate. Divine light surged from every corner of the vast 10 directions divine domain and entered his body, surrounding him and causing his cultivation base and aura to soar once again. The 10 ancestral gods gritted their teeth. Their 10 types of laws vibrated as they once again tried to grab Lin Tian. Outside Lin Tian's body, the divine light vibrated on its own, turning into a wave of ripples that blasted him away with a bang. Shrouded in endless divine light, the 10th dimensional heart in his body gradually moved towards his life origin. At the same time, images suddenly appeared around the 10th dimensional heart. There were images of him suppressing the dark chaos in the 10 directions divine domain on his own. Images of him preaching the Tao to all living beings in the 10 directions divine domain after ascending to the 10th heaven. Images of his origin, reincarnation sword, and reincarnation diagram of the monarch territory, protecting all living beings in the 2 heavens below. The heavens are benevolent, and the Tao is benevolent. Vaguely, the vague heavenly voice echoed in his heart, and the 10th dimensional heart merged with his life origin in the blink of an eye. In an instant, his body erupted with boundless holy light. In every corner of the 10 directions divine domain, boundless divine light interweaved and entered his body at an even faster speed. In the blink of an eye, his injuries were completely healed, and the aura he exuded increased at an even more astonishing speed. The heavens are benevolent, and the Tao is benevolent. Lin Tian muttered to himself. The 10th dimensional heart was not a living being, but it seemed to have its own will, which seemed to be the will of heaven and earth. No living being in the world could take the initiative to merge with it, and only those who it recognized could do so. Only those who were benevolent and kind could gain its recognition. So that's how it is. He muttered to himself. For a time, even more intense divine light surrounded him, and his essence, energy, and spirit rose at an even faster speed. The ancestral gods of the 10 directions divine domain attacked Lin Tian again to stop him, but they were once again blasted away. The divine light was dazzling, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. After dozens of breaths, the divine light around Lin Tian's body became stable and gentle, and an extremely pure divine aura surrounded him, causing the entire 10 directions divine domain to hum. A gentle breeze blew across the vast 10th dimensional world, and the mountains, earth, and vegetation gave birth to a halo of light that surged towards Lin Tian, as if they were submitting to him. In the distance, a group of ordinary gods trembled, and their legs went weak, as if they could not help but want to kneel before Lin Tian. It was as if a supreme will was born from Lin Tian's body, as if it was born from heaven and earth, and it wanted them to kneel down and worship him. God, God, King. An elderly god said in a trembling voice. In the next moment, some gods knelt down, not because they wanted to, but because the will of heaven and earth was pressuring them. Gradually, one by one, the gods knelt down, trembling violently. How can this be? Our divine domain, the heaven and earth that gave birth to us, actually, recognizes a human? The ancestral God is the king. How can this be? How can this be? The gods involuntarily knelt down, gritting their teeth. They were born from the divine realm of 10 directions. Lin Tian had merged with the heart of the 10th dimension, which made him the master of the divine realm of 10 directions. He had absolute pressure on them. Even if they didn't want to kneel, they were still forced to. They could not resist the will of heaven and earth. In the distance, the goddess and the all-heavens saintesses were stunned, and then they all revealed excited expressions. Even Wu Yi's eyes shone brightly. The 10 directions, divine king. The goddess could not help but exclaim. There was a legend that had existed since ancient times in the divine domain. As long as one could fuse with the 10th dimensional heart and obtain its recognition, they would become the master of the divine domain of 10 directions. They would be the all-knowing divine king of 10 directions, the king of all gods. Now her child, her flesh and blood, with the body of a human, had obtained the recognition of the 10th dimensional heart and become a divine king. Good. An old drunkard laughed loudly and said this one word. The celestial emperor did not speak, but he also laughed. The ancestral god of 10 directions trembled slightly. Although he was almost invincible at this moment, facing Lin Tian, who had successfully merged with the 10th dimensional heart, he, like the other ordinary gods, had the urge to kneel. The will of heaven and earth was pressuring him. The 10 directions, divine king. His voice was low as he stared unblinkingly at Lin Tian. This sovereign is the first to be born from the divine domain, but the divine domain has rejected this sovereign time and time again. Now, it has even acknowledged a human from the lower realms. This sovereign does not understand. Divine light surrounded Lin Tian's body. His injuries had long been healed, and his cultivation base was boundlessly strong. With a slight thought, the reincarnation sword and the reincarnation portrait erupted with a torrential sacred light that was many times stronger than before. In an instant, it destroyed all the destructive light and returned to his body through the gate of heaven and earth. He looked at the ancestral god of 10 directions and said calmly, "The heavens are benevolent, and the Tao is benevolent." This is the heavenly voice of the 10th dimensional heart before it merged with my life essence. The eyes of the ancestral god of 10 directions flickered as he looked at the lower realms. The heavens are benevolent, and the Tao is benevolent. You risked your life to protect the living beings below, and the 10th dimensional heart recognized you because of that, recognizing you as the 10th dimensional king. Looking at the several realms below, he thought about how Lin Tian had been protecting the countless living beings below, and how he had suffered heavy injuries time and time again. Yet he still refused to summon back the reincarnation sword and the reincarnation portrait. Vaguely, he seemed to have comprehended something, and his gaze fluctuated. Just because of that, an ordinary god spoke up. Although they were under the pressure of the will of the heavens and were kneeling before Lin Tian, who had become the divine king, they were still unconvinced. Lord Ancestral God also protected us, so why did the 10th dimensional heart not acknowledge Lord Ancestral God? On what basis? The other gods echoed. Although they were all kneeling before Lin Tian, they were still unconvinced and spoke up one after another. Some struggled to stand up, but at this time in front of the will of the heavens and in front of Lin Tian, who had already become the divine king of 10 directions, they, who were far less powerful than the ancestral god of 10 directions, found it difficult to stand up. Lord Ancestral God is your leader, and protecting you is his responsibility and obligation as a leader. It has nothing to do with benevolence or kindness. He invaded the lower realms and wanted to refine the world below, killing countless living beings. It has nothing to do with benevolence or kindness, and is the opposite of evil. As such, how can he be acknowledged by the 10th dimensional heart? An old drunkard said. The gods trembled slightly, but they were still unconvinced. They gritted their teeth and looked at Lin Tian. What about him? Isn't he an immortal emperor? He should be the leader of you humans, and protecting the living beings below is also his responsibility and obligation. It has nothing to do with benevolence or kindness. So how is he different from our Lord Ancestral God? How can he be acknowledged by the 10th dimensional heart? You are all wrong, the celestial emperor said. Although he is an immortal emperor, he is not the leader of the human race. He is only the leader of a holy land. And the world below is not only inhabited by the human race, there are countless living beings of other races. In terms of race, there are at least 100,000 races. He is not only protecting the human race, he is protecting all the races in the lower realms. The gods opened their mouths, wanting to refute, but for a moment they could not find the words. Good, very good. The heavens are benevolent, and the Tao is kindness. Very good. The ancestral god of 10 directions laughed. Facing Lin Tian, who had become a divine king, his divine body could not help but tremble slightly, as if the will of the heavens was forcing him to submit. However, with his powerful strength, this will of the heavens did not have much effect on him. Lin Tian calmly looked at the ancestral god of 10 directions with divine radiance around his body. He did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. Lord Ancestral God, are you willing to give up on the dangerous idea of refining the world below and let this eternal war end? Chapter 2496. The ancestral god of 10 directions thoughts were very dangerous, but Lin Tian did not hate him. If possible, he did not want to kill him. The ancestral god of 10 directions tilted his head and looked at the group of ordinary gods in the distance who were forced to kneel before Lin Tian under the pressure of the will of the world. He said, I once promised them that I would lead them to a higher dimension and forge a more brilliant cultivation path for them. They have been working hard for this and have always believed in me. They were determined to kill their way into the lower realms. You want me to stop? You want me to go back on my promise to them? He looked at Lin Tian and said in a low voice, Absolutely impossible. With a rumble, the 10 divine rings behind him released an even more shocking divine spirit, and the fluctuations of the laws became even more terrifying. His trembling body calmed down, and his powerful strength resisted the pressure of the will of the world. Even though you have transformed into a god king and become even stronger, this venerable may not necessarily lose. Looking at Lin Tian, he coldly repeated the words he had said before. Either I obliterate you and take back the heart of the 10th dimension, smelt the few worlds below, open up the path to a higher dimension, and open up an even more glorious cultivation path. Or I die in your hands, and you successfully protect the lower realms, and continue to live in the lower realms with your family and friends. As he finished speaking, he stepped forward. The 10 divine rings vibrated, and the power of the laws became even more dazzling and eye-catching. The space in all directions distorted as he turned into a divine light and closed in on Lin Tian. A direct attack. Lin Tian's gaze was calm as he faced his opponent's approach. He casually turned his body and avoided the attack of the 10 great laws. Then he flicked his finger, and a ray of light fell on the ancestral god of 10 directions. With a bang, he was sent flying more than 10,000 feet away. Golden blood splattered in the void. Why are you so stubborn? He looked at the ancestral god of 10 directions and said, You are no longer my opponent now. Blood gushed out of the ancestral god's mouth, but there was no anger in his eyes. Neither was there a trace of coldness. Since I have made a promise to my people, I will definitely fulfill it. If I fail to fulfill this promise in the end, then there can only be one possibility, and that is that I have disappeared from this world. He looked at Lin Tian and said coldly, But right now I'm still alive. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud boom. Monstrous saint energy burst out from him, and his aura became even stronger as he attacked Lin Tian again. Boundless killing light suppressed the space in all directions. Even the will of the heavens and earth in the deity domain could not suppress his disrespect for Lin Tian, the king of the 10th dimension. Lin Tian was very calm, and he didn't move at all. The killing lights, unleashed by the 10 ancestral gods, all vanished around him. From your point of view, your feelings towards the other gods are worthy of my admiration. He continued, However, your feelings towards the other divinities, you must uphold your promise to them and not allow other innocent living beings to lose their lives for it. With a flick of his finger, a beam of light flew out and landed on the ancestral god of 10 directions. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere as the ancestral god of 10 directions was penetrated, and golden blood splattered everywhere. The ancestral god of 10 directions' tall and straight body trembled as he retreated a few steps. Golden blood seeped out of his chest bit by bit. Ancestral god! In the distance, the group of ordinary gods could not help but call out. The ancestral god of 10 directions' chest was dyed red. After taking 2 hits from Lin Tian, his aura instantly weakened greatly. Ancestral god, is it all right to give up? Lin Tian looked at the other party and spoke again. No. The ancestral god of 10 directions calmly shook his head. You have your principles and I have my beliefs. In your master's words, our paths are different. Behind him, the 10 divine halos bloomed with an even stronger light, becoming more and more resplendent. The ancestral god scepter also began to glow. Even if you are a divine king and have been recognized by the deity domain, I may still have the ability to fight you. The strongest law has already manifested, and I will sacrifice the last law. He said. As he finished speaking, the 10 divine halos behind him merged with the golden scepter and merged into his body. For a moment, an extremely turbulent aura spread out from his body. It was many times stronger than before. This scepter was born with me. With it, as a guide, all the self-created laws will be shattered and merged into my flesh and bones. It will last for 7 days. He looked at Lin Tiandao. After 7 days, all 10 laws will disappear. The last law will be called Meteor. Outside his body, his aura continued to strengthen. In the blink of an eye, it had reached an extremely terrifying level. Even the deity domain was shaking. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. After 7 days, all 10 self-created laws will disappear? So this is what the last here means? Newborn king, I am coming. The ancestral god of 10 directions said as he stepped toward Lin Tian. Come. Lin Tian replied calmly as he walked toward the other party. The next moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The speed of the two far exceeded the speed of light, and they collided in an instant. The void was silently annihilated and the ground collapsed. Outside Lin Tian's body, the purest divine light vibrated and shook everything away. Clang! Without any superfluous movements, he simply flicked his finger, and a divine sword light shot out in a divine rainbow. With a puff, blood splattered as the ancestral god of 10 directions was penetrated, just like before. However, this time, the ancestral god of 10 directions wasn't pushed back. Instead, he quickly stepped in front of Lin Tian and punched him. Lin Tian raised his hand and met the attack head-on. Bang! The two collided with a deafening sound. The ancestral god of 10 directions was pushed back again, and a part of the void collapsed. At the same time, Lin Tian was also pushed back, and the void behind him also collapsed. Lord Ancestral God. Lord Ancestral God is invincible. He will definitely win. Yes, he will definitely win. In the distance, the ordinary gods gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. The goddess and saintess of all heavens were moved. The saintess of all heavens sighed. This ancestral god of 10 directions is truly terrifying. Little 10 is already a godly king, but as a god he can still push little 10 back. You're wrong. An old drunkard spoke. He looked at Lin Tian with a deep gaze. He didn't use the power of a godly king at all. He's only using his own strength to fight the ancestral god of 10 directions. That's right. The celestial emperor said. Lin Tian steadied himself on the battlefield. Wisps of divine radiance circled around his body. Lord Ancestral God, please continue, he said calmly. After obtaining the approval of the 10th dimensional heart and successfully assimilating it, he was now the godly king of the 10 directions divine domain, the master of the 10th dimension. If he wanted to, he could directly mobilize the power of the entire 10 directions divine domain to deal with the ancestral god of 10 directions. However, he didn't do so, and he didn't intend to do so now. This was because he couldn't move when he was assimilating the 10th dimensional heart. After all, it was the 10th dimensional heart that was entering his origin, and he wasn't the one controlling it. If he wanted to move, he could only force the 10th dimensional heart out of his body. Moreover, this process would take at least 6 to 7 breaths of time. The ancestral god of 10 directions was absolutely clear on this point. At that time, in just a few breaths of time, the other party had been able to suppress his father and master, force him to give up on fusing with the heart of the 10th dimension, or even force him to submit. However, Lin Tian clearly knew this at that time, but he didn't do so. This was enough to show that he was a straightforward and upright person. As such, he naturally didn't want to mobilize the power of the 10 directions divine domain to fight Lin Tian. The divine radiance around him was hazy and pure as it met the heavenly meteor law head-on. At the same time, the origin reincarnation light and the light of providence pulsed as they pressed down on Lin Tian. The 10 divine rings behind the ancestral god of 10 directions had already disappeared, and the ancestral god scepter had disappeared as well. It had turned into the strongest heavenly meteor law, and its aura was extremely grand. It didn't fear Lin Tian's origin, reincarnation light, and light of providence at all, and it also collided head-on. Boom! The most intense collision caused the 10 directions divine domain to collapse. Lin Tian pushed away the heavenly meteor law, and the origin reincarnation light, light of providence, and origin reincarnation light converged as he punched out. With a bang, the punch landed firmly on the ancestral god of 10 directions' chest, shattering half of his physical body. However, at the same time, the ancestral god of 10 directions' fist also landed on Lin Tian's chest. Bang! Lin Tian was knocked back, but his physical body didn't shatter. However, some cracks appeared on his body, and blood seeped out. The ancestral god of 10 directions' face darkened. He could see the difference between them in this simple exchange. I don't need to maintain the heavenly meteor for 7 days. 2 days, he muttered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, his body trembled, and blood seeped out of his body. However, the aura of the heavenly meteor law around his body suddenly increased by more than 10 times. This aura caused Lin Tian's eyes to involuntarily narrow slightly. However, even so, he didn't show any fear. Very strong. He said these 2 words, which went against the 9 heavens law. As strands of law intertwined, his aura rose steadily. This was a law that he had created himself, and it could be considered as his most powerful law. In the next moment, he moved. Once again, he faced the ancestral god of 10 directions head-on and clashed with him. The ancestral god of 10 directions met the attack with the heavenly meteor law without retreating. In an instant, the battle between the two became even more intense. In the blink of an eye, an entire day had passed. Blood splattered continuously in the 10 directions' divine domain, and it was all the ancestral god of 10 directions' blood. The ancestral god of 10 directions' physical body was shattered again and again. However, although Lin Tian didn't bleed, he wasn't unscathed either. His aura became much weaker as time passed. After all, he didn't use the power that a godly king should have at the moment. Moreover, the ancestral god of 10 directions, who had refined all of his laws, was indeed very strong and terrifying. The final blow. The ancestral god of 10 directions was covered in blood, but there was no anger in his eyes or face. Outside his body, the heavenly meteor law became even more terrifying, and he continued to compress and strengthen it. Come on, godly king. This blow will decide the outcome. All right, Lin Tian said calmly. Outside his body, the 9 heavens law in reverse became even more turbulent as he faced the ancestral god of 10 directions head-on. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Unparalleled sacred light drowned out everything, covering everything in all directions. All of a sudden, a sinister sneer rang out. A figure shrouded in a thick, blood-red radiance rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 2497. The figure shrouded in blood-red light moved extremely quickly and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Give all of your bodies to me. A cold laugh rang out. Lin Tian's expression changed when he heard the familiar voice. It's you, the 3rd Divine Emperor. In the past, when he was training alone in the 10 Divine Realms, he had chased after the 3rd Divine Emperor for several years, but he had never succeeded. Every time he killed the 3rd Divine Emperor's avatar, it was his avatar. Now that he had met the 3rd Divine Emperor again, the 3rd Divine Emperor had taken the initiative to attack him. At the same time, the ancestral god recognized the 3rd Divine Emperor. His expression darkened. What are you doing? Ancestral god, please merge with this human and me. The 3rd Divine Emperor laughed sinisterly. The blood-red light around his body was vast and boundless. While Lin Tian and the ancestral god were having a hard time fighting each other, the 3rd Divine Emperor and the ancestral god were engulfed by the blood-red light like raging waves. The sudden turn of events caused everyone's expression to change. Divine Emperor, what are you doing? That's the ancestral god. What are you doing? In the distance, the group of ordinary gods was shocked. They didn't know what the 3rd Divine Emperor had done in the past. At the same time, the Heavenly Emperor and an old drunkard frowned and attacked at the same time. Boundless laws swept toward the 3rd Divine Emperor. The 3rd Divine Emperor laughed sinisterly. With a loud rumble, the blood-red light swept out like a raging wave and annihilated the Heavenly Emperor and an old drunkard's laws. The two of them were forced back several hundred feet. Heavenly Emperor, Human King, you didn't expect this, did you? The two of you who were once invincible are now so weak in front of me. He laughed sinisterly. The Heavenly Emperor and an old drunkard steadied themselves. Blood flowed from their mouths, and their auras weakened to the extreme. At this moment, they even temporarily lost the ability to move. How is this possible? The goddesses and saintesses were shocked. They had searched for the third divine lord in the sea of consciousness of some of the elites of the lineage of god spirits. The third divine lord was weaker than the first divine lord and second divine lord who had already fallen. But now, how could he have such strong combat power? Even Wu Yi was moved. Looking at Lin Tian, who was shrouded in blood-red light, boundless divine light intertwined around her body as she attacked the third divine lord with the goddess and saintesses of the all heavens. "Don't come over. I can come out," Lin Tian shouted, stopping the three of them in their tracks. Now, the third divine lord's strength had reached an extremely high level. Even his father and master were no match for him. If Wu Yi and the others went forward, they would probably be destroyed in a single blow. How could he dare to let them come over at this time? "You can go out? Stop dreaming." The third divine sovereign laughed sinisterly. "All of you will become a part of me." Outside his body, the blood-red light fluctuated, becoming even more dense and vast. Lin Tian's expression became serious. With a honglong sound, divine light surged. Reincarnation light trembled, bombarding the blood-colored radiance that covered his body. However, this light was extremely strange and terrifying. With his current strength, he was unable to break it. "It's that kind of power." His pupils suddenly shrank. He remembered that the crimson light came from the same source as the special power that had entered Tian Yin's body back then. The only difference was that in this place the crimson light that the third divine king had conjured was far from what the crimson light in Tian Yin's body could compare to. One was the sky and the other was the earth. The difference was too great. At this time, being shrouded in this strange blood-red light, he couldn't open his body at all. He wanted to mobilize the power of the 10 Directions divine domain, but found that he couldn't communicate with the 10 Directions divine domain at all. It was as if he had been cut off and couldn't mobilize the boundless power of heaven and earth of the 10 Directions divine domain. Most importantly, his power was flowing away nonstop. Furthermore, the speed at which it was flowing away was extremely fast. At the same time, on the other side, the 10 ancestral gods were also unable to break free from the blood-red light. At this time, an extremely strong murderous intent suddenly erupted. "Bastard!" His voice was extremely angry. At this moment, the leader of the god spirit lineage showed a monstrous anger for the first time. While being shrouded in this strange blood-red light and his power was being devoured by the third divine lord, he felt that the boundless divine souls in the third divine lord's body had all been annihilated. They were intertwined in the third divine lord's origin like stored food. As expected of the ancestral god, the number 1 divine lord, you instantly sense the other divine souls in my body. The third divine lord laughed sinisterly. "Don't be angry. Soon you will become one with me and meet your people." Then he added, "By the way, I will send the other divine souls to meet you as well. After that, your long-cherished wish to break through to a higher dimension will be fulfilled by me. You can rest assured. Of course, you don't have to thank me." After his words sounded, the special and strange blood light around his body became even more vigorous. It was like a primal chaos swamp that sealed everything, causing the 10 ancestral gods and Lin Tian, who were enveloped by it, to be unable to escape for some time. "Lord Divine, Lord, you actually..." In the distance, the group of ordinary divine souls was stunned when they heard the third divine Lord's words. Then, all of them became furious. "You actually devoured our compatriots. You betrayed Lord Ancestral God. Let go of Lord Ancestral God. Kill." Some of the older divine souls were extremely angry. As Lin Tian, the God King, was swept into the blood-red light, the will of heaven and earth that was suppressing the ordinary divine souls gradually weakened. Many of the divine souls could move again. At this time, all of them charged toward the third divine lord. For a moment, the divine radiance trembled. It was boundless and enveloped the entire area, pressing down like a rain of light. A bunch of ants. The third divine lord laughed sinisterly. Outside his body, the blood-red light surged and turned into a ripple that spread out. Puff! 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 Blood mist burst out. Immediately, a large number of divine souls exploded, their bodies and souls annihilated. Over the years, the third divine lord had secretly devoured too many divine souls and refined the special and strange blood-red energy into his body, turning it into his own. Now he was countless times stronger than the celestial emperors and human kings. How could these ordinary divine souls withstand this ripple of light? One by one they died. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The group of divine souls roared. They were not afraid at all. At this time, they were still madly charging toward the third divine lord. The third divine lord laughed sinisterly. The blood-red light splashed, and every divine soul that rushed toward him was shattered by the blood-red light. Lin Tian was shrouded in the blood-red light mist. Looking at these divine souls rushing toward him like moths to a flame, he once again felt that the 10 ancestral gods, the leader of the divine spirit lineage, were extremely important to these divine souls. He circulated the reincarnation heart sutra faster, the 9-colored divine light intertwined, and all the precepts also intertwined. Moreover, he urged the origin, reincarnation light, and origin of reincarnation together to meet the blood-red energy waves and bombard them. However, it was still useless. His power was constantly being drained. This made his expression become very serious. One should know that 10 years ago he had used origin of reincarnation to help Tian Yin destroy this special and strange energy, but now he could not do it. The quality and quantity have far exceeded that time. The power in his body was constantly being drained, and it was difficult for him to communicate with the 10 divine regions. His expression became more and more serious. Rumble. Suddenly, not far away, a monstrous wave of spiritual energy shook out abruptly, like a mountain torrent erupting at this moment. The 10 ancestral gods were burning all over. Most importantly, a golden scepter rushed out of his body and burned as well. It directly erupted with the purest power of the greater heaven and earth and extremely terrifying saint energy. This scepter was born together with the 10 ancestral gods. It was the most powerful precious weapon nurtured by heaven and earth. Human, please protect them well. A voice sounded in Lin Tian's heart. The 10 ancestral gods raised his hand, and the burning scepter of heaven and earth, his divine soul, and his flesh and blood turned into an extremely dense radiance that enveloped Lin Tian. With a furious roar, he pushed fiercely, breaking open a small gap in the boundless blood-red energy. Lin Tian was enveloped by the dense divine radiance and directly pushed through the gap. Then, in the next moment, the gap was filled up by the blood-red energy and completely drowned out. This scene made Lin Tian's expression change instantly. At the same time, in the distance, the Sky Emperor, an old drunkard, the goddess, the all-heaven saintess, and Wu Yi were all moved. By burning the precious weapon of heaven and earth that was born with you, your divine soul, and your flesh and blood, you can actually break open this external power that transcends yin, yang, and the 5 elements. I should say that you are indeed worthy of being the number 1 ancestral god. The third divine lord was also moved, but soon he smiled coldly and said, "Do you think that you can't beat me now? But when he becomes a godly king, his true strength will be much stronger than yours. Do you think that he can defeat me with the power of a godly king after sending him out?" Looking at the 10 ancestral gods shrouded in the blood-red energy, he sneered, "You will be disappointed." As he spoke, the blood-red energy vibrated and forcibly suppressed the 10 ancestral gods, burning divine soul and flesh and blood. "You are going to become a part of me. If you continue to burn like this, how can I increase my strength? Obediently become a part of me. The boundless blood-red energy turned the 10 ancestral gods into pure blood-red light in the blink of an eye and instantly merged into the third divine, Lord's body. Ancestral God! The group of ordinary gods was shocked and furious as they charged toward the third divine, Lord, in a frenzy. It was also at this moment that the void trembled as thick divine light intertwined and enveloped the group of gods. With a gentle force, it sent them tens of thousands of feet away. The divine light around Lin Tian's body surged as he looked at the third divine lord. His eyes were extremely cold as an extremely cold murderous intent surged out from him. I will kill you. Chapter 2498. Boom! The 10 divine realms shook violently. Divine spiritual light spread out in all directions, boundless and boundless. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he looked at the third divine emperor. He took a step forward. An entire 10 divine realms pulsed along with him. The boundless divine spiritual light swept toward the third divine emperor like a wave that could destroy the heavens and earth. The third divine emperor's expression changed immediately, and he quickly dodged. Lin Tian's aura as a divine king and the boundless divine spiritual power of the 10 divine realms were more terrifying than he had imagined. His eyelids twitched involuntarily. However, Lin Tian's speed at this moment, when he was mobilizing the power of the 10 divine realms, had already surpassed common sense. In just an instant, the void distorted, and Lin Tian appeared in front of the third divine emperor and punched him. Boom! Like the sound of a sacred drum being beaten, the punch landed solidly on the third divine emperor's chest. Blood splattered, mixed with purple and red. The third divine emperor was sent flying, and more than half of his body was instantly shattered. Lin Tian took a step forward and pressed forward. With a rumble, boundless divine spiritual light followed him as he stepped forward, like the most devout believer. In the blink of an eye, the boundless divine spiritual wave landed on the third divine emperor and sent him flying again. Blood splattered everywhere. Clang! The reincarnation sword emerged from his body and blended with the boundless divine spiritual light, erupting with the most terrifying sword aura. He raised his hand, held the reincarnation sword, and slashed down with the boundless divine spiritual light. They were all gods. Although the ancestral gods of 10 directions' way of thinking was quite dangerous, they were honest and upright people. Furthermore, they wanted to open up a higher dimension, not just for themselves, but for the sake of their promise to their subjects. In fact, when the ancestral gods of 10 directions knew that they weren't a match for the third divine lord due to their heavy injuries, they did everything in their power to send the third divine lord out with that strange, blood-colored energy. They even used the word please in order to ask the third divine lord to protect the other gods who were still alive. Such a person, even though he was an opponent and an enemy, was worthy of his respect. However, the third Sir God, who was a god spirit, was devouring one of his own kind after another. When the ancestral god of 10 directions, the leader of the god spirit lineage, was doing his best to open up a higher dimension for the god spirit lineage, he actually launched an attack and wanted to devour all of his own kind. How clear was this contrast? Clang! The sword radiance turned into a rain of swords and covered the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of the third divine emperor. For a moment, blood splattered everywhere. The third Sir God was pierced through like a beehive. As expected of the divine king, after enduring for so many years, the current me, who has transcended the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, is only a hair's breadth away from attaining great success. My strength has long surpassed that of the ancestral gods, but I am still constantly being injured like this. Covered in blood, the third Sir God looked at Lin Tian. Wisps of blood-red light circled around his body. His voice was sinister, and there was an extremely uncomfortable sinister smile. However, it's no big deal. You will eventually be buried in my hands. His body was drenched in blood, but he was full of confidence. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and indifferent. He did not say anything unnecessary. He took a step forward, and the 10 directions divine territory pulsed with his will. Buzz. Unparalleled divine spiritual light pressed down like a waterfall from the heavens, directly enveloping the third Sir God. This was the power of heaven and earth of the 10 directions divine territory. It was extremely powerful, and it crushed the third Sir God into smithereens. However, the third Sir God's divine spirit did not shatter. As his flesh and blood wriggled, he quickly began to reform his physical body. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. His eye of reincarnation trembled slightly. Immediately, the reincarnation blood sea and reincarnation heavenly river appeared and pressed down on the third Sir God. At the same time, the entire 10 directions divine territory trembled as an even more boundless power pressed down on the third Sir God. He used the power of heaven and earth in conjunction with the reincarnation light to attack the third Sir God. He crushed his opponent again and again. Blood splattered everywhere. Kill him! Kill him! Lord Ancestor God. In the distance, the group of ordinary divine spirits were shocked, angry, and sorrowful. Their ancestor God, their leader, had disappeared. He had been devoured by the third Sir God. Boom! The 10 directions divine territory trembled. Endless divine spiritual light pressed down on the third Sir God from every corner of the territory. The third Sir God was crushed again and again. Blood splattered everywhere. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with cold light and murderous intent. At the same time, an extremely bad feeling gradually emerged in his heart. He was now the master of the 10 directions divine territory. Logically speaking, he should be invincible within the 10 directions divine territory. If he'd mobilized the 10 directions divine territory to attack the third Sir God, he should have killed him long ago. However, in reality, even though the third divine emperor was constantly being injured and shattered by him, her spirit was never destroyed. There was a strange and unique blood energy protecting the third Sir God's soul, ensuring that it remained intact. His eye of reincarnation trembled slightly as he mobilized more reincarnation light and the entire 10 directions divine territory to continue pressuring the third Sir God. Uft! Uft! Pft! Blood splattered everywhere. The third Sir God was being crushed again and again, but he didn't die. That special blood energy had been protecting the other party's divine soul. Where did he get that kind of energy? Compared to the energy in the ancient domain in the 9th dimension, its quality and quantity are much higher. An old drunkard narrowed his eyes. The Sky Emperor didn't say anything, but his expression was solemn. They'd all seen this kind of special energy before. It was extremely troublesome. Back then, they'd been helpless when a small wisp of this energy entered little Tian Yin's body. But now, the third Sir God had found so much of this energy. Moreover, he'd managed to control it and use it flexibly. Boom! Saint energy vibrated in front of him as divine light and reincarnation light surged. Lin Tian mobilized the reincarnation light and the entire 10 directions divine territory to attack the third Sir God. 9 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 9 days, the third Sir God was constantly being crushed in the 10 directions divine territory, but his soul remained intact. It was also on this day that the blood energy surrounding the third Sir God's soul suddenly erupted with a monstrous crimson light. Boom! A pillar of crimson light shot into the sky, mixed with an extremely intense divine light. Lin Tian's reincarnation light and divine territory's power crackled as they dispersed in the blink of an eye. A hazy crimson mist lingered in front of him and gradually dissipated. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he looked in that direction. At the same time, The group of ordinary gods, the heavenly emperor, and an old drunkard in the distance all changed their expressions. Surrounded by crimson light and divine light, the shattered third Sir God reformed his physical body. He was taller than before, and crimson lines intertwined on his face. It was a strange and peculiar sight. At the same time, like the 10 ancestral gods, divine rings appeared behind him. However, there were a total of 11 divine rings, each more terrifying than the last. The outer Tao's power has finally been completely integrated, and the ancestral god's power has also been completely integrated. Very good, very good, very perfect. The third Sir God laughed maniacally. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with coldness. However, at this moment, his expression turned solemn. Not only had the third Sir God's appearance changed, but his aura had also undergone a huge qualitative change. At this moment, he, who had become a divine king, felt an enormous pressure. Ancestral God's aura. You stole the ancestral God's power. You, damn thing. In the distance, the group of ordinary gods was shocked and angry. The third Sir God sneered and swept his gaze over the group of ordinary gods. How dare ants cry out to the heavens? As his words fell, a large expanse of cold killing light intertwined and shot out at extreme speed toward the group of gods. The killing light's aura was too terrifying, and in the blink of an eye, it pressed down on the group of gods. It was also at this time that Lin Tian stepped forward and instantly blocked the group of gods, using the endless divine light to meet the killing light. The two collided, and the divine light was annihilated with a whoosh. The killing light, unleashed by the third Sir God, landed directly on his body. Poof! Blood splattered, and his chest burst open. Blood flowed out in large patches, and blood also overflowed from the corners of his mouth. This scene caused the goddesses and saintesses of all heavens to change their expressions. Lin Tian was already a divine king and had previously suppressed the third Sir God, but now, in the blink of an eye, he was injured by the third Sir God's killing light. At the same time, the group of ordinary gods was also shocked. Lin Tian had actually protected them. Human, what are you doing? Are you stupid? The third Sir God looked at Lin Tian and clicked his tongue. You killed your way from the lower realm to the divine territory, and these gods are not your enemies? Now you're actually protecting your enemies? Divine light surrounded Lin Tian's body, and the light of reincarnation intertwined, and the injuries on his body healed at an extremely fast speed. I am a divine king, he said coldly. Having obtained the recognition of the 10th dimension's heart, he had become the master of the 10th divine territory and the king of all gods. Whether these gods recognized him as their king or not, this was an indisputable fact. Since he was the king, he naturally had a reason to protect these gods. Of course, this wasn't the main reason. In fact, it couldn't even be considered as the most insignificant reason. The main reason why he was willing to suffer injuries to protect these ordinary gods was because of the 10 directions ancestral gods. The ancestral god of 10 directions had sacrificed everything, including his supreme origin treasure, divine soul and physical body, to send him out of the third Sir God's outer Tao power and asked him to protect the surviving gods. Since that was the case, how could he let these living gods suffer? Because you're a divine king, these gods are your subjects, so you want to protect them? The third Sir God laughed loudly as if he had heard the funniest joke. He looked at Lin Tian and mocked. If that's the case, Your Excellency, Divine King, I'm also a god. Why did you attack me like that just now? Aren't you being too unfair as a divine king? You're wrong. Lin Tian said calmly, You're not a god, not a human, and not a monster. You're just the lowest kind of trash. Trash! The third Sir God's eyes darkened, and his gaze immediately became sinister. He revealed a cruel and cold smile. Good. Well said. Very well said. Then, today this piece of trash will send you, the Divine King, on your way. Boom! Chapter 2499. Boundless nomological power surged violently, and its might was extremely terrifying. Wherever it passed, the boundless void instantly collapsed. An extremely terrifying murderous aura enveloped Lin Tian. This kind of power was so terrifying that even the Sky Emperor and an old drunkard were shocked. Lin Tian naturally felt immense pressure immediately. Divine light surged and moved the group of gods behind him tens of thousands of feet away. All the dimensional nomological laws and chaotic nine, heaven's nomological laws, met this boundless murderous aura. In the blink of an eye, the two forces collided. Rumble! With a loud boom, the sky full of divine light and murderous aura twisted and intertwined. The next moment, they all collapsed. The surrounding space was collapsing piece by piece. Lin Tian's eyes were deep. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the third divine emperor. He slashed down with the Samsara sword. Clang! The sword whistled ear-piercingly, and its momentum shook the heavens. The sword landed firmly on the third divine emperor's chest. With a puff, blood splattered, and the third divine emperor was immediately sent flying. Lin Tian took a step forward. The entire 10 directions divine territory was his territory. He appeared in front of the third divine emperor with just a thought. He did not give the third divine emperor any chance to catch his breath and directly slashed down mercilessly with his sword. At the same time, the completed Samsara portrait rushed out from behind him. It was mixed with boundless Samsara light and directly suppressed the third divine emperor. Boom! The Samsara sword and Samsara portrait landed behind the third divine emperor at the same time and sent him flying again before he could stabilize his body. Moreover, at this moment, the entire 10 divine realms trembled slightly. Boundless divine light and the power of the 10 dimensions of heaven and earth swept toward this place together, turning into a truly destructive storm that engulfed the third divine lord. Instantly, blood splattered from the third divine emperor's body and dyed the surrounding void red. After all, he has already transformed into a divine king. Although the third divine emperor has undergone a transformation, it seems that he is still no match for him. The goddess said, and could not help but clench her fists. The all heavens holy maiden also nodded. An old drunkard and the Sky Emperor's expressions became more serious than before. An old drunkard said in a low voice, "Don't just look at the surface." "Very tricky," the Sky Emperor said in a low voice. The divine lady and the saintess were shocked. What do you mean?" Rumble! Boundless divine light surged. Lin Tian exuded an intimidating, saintly might from his body. All types of destructive power continuously descended upon the third divine sovereign. All the attacks landed on the third divine emperor. However, his expression grew heavier and heavier. All of his attacks landed on the third divine lord. The third divine lord was injured time and time again. Blood splattered everywhere, but his body did not shatter. In fact, he could clearly sense that his opponent's aura had not decreased in the slightest. His attack at this moment, in reality, was completely useless against his opponent. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Boundless divine slash!" Boundless divine spirit light erupted from the 10 divine realms. As soon as the 4 words were spoken, the godly spirit blades intertwined in the space of the 10 directions. Each of the blades was intertwined with extremely terrifying waves of energy. This was the source energy of the 10 directions' divine domain, and it was many times more powerful than the chaotic 9 heavens laws. The boundless, godly spirit blades carried the source energy of the 10 directions' divine domain and landed on the third divine lord in the blink of an eye. Blood splattered everywhere. Smoke lingered in the air. Gradually, the smoke dispersed. The third divine lord was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. However, Lin Tian's expression grew even heavier. "This realm, this body, this power," the third divine sovereign said. His entire body was drenched in blood, but he was still laughing wildly. After a few breaths of time, his wild laughter finally slowed down. "I'm sorry, but even I didn't think that I would be this strong." He looked at Lin Tian, the corners of his mouth curling upward with undisguised mockery. His injuries healed in an instant. "Your attack just now really made me itchy." What did he say? Just now, tens of thousands of feet away, the expressions of the ordinary divine spirits changed drastically. How terrifying was the power Lin Tian used just now! He had mobilized the power of the 10 directions divine domain, but the third divine lord said that it was merely itchy. At the same time, the divine lady, the All Heaven's holy maiden, and Wu Yi were all moved by this scene and his words. The heavenly emperor and an old drunkard saw the real situation from the very beginning, so their expressions didn't change much. Lin Tian's expression was grave. The light of reincarnation revolved around his eyes, and the divine spirit light grew denser and denser. Divine power surged around his body and grew with each strand. The third divine lord was far too terrifying. Even though he had transformed into a divine king, he still felt extremely uneasy. It was also at this time that the third divine lord spoke. "I've been attacked by your excellency for so long. Now it's time for me to return the favor." With a sinister smile on his face, the third divine lord moved. The 1st to 10th divine rings behind him shone brightly and bombarded Lin Tian with unparalleled power of laws. This power of laws completely belonged to the ancestor gods of the 10 directions, but its power was far stronger than that of the ancestor gods of the 10 directions. The difference between heaven and earth was like that between heaven and earth. It mercilessly pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian summoned the boundless light of reincarnation and the divine spirit light to meet it head-on. The two collided, and in the blink of an eye, a monstrous light of destruction erupted. With a bang, Lin Tian retreated several hundred feet in the void. A stream of blood flowed out from his mouth. TSK, your excellency is so weak." The third divine lord mocked. He took a step forward, and his speed reached the limit. The first 10 divine rings behind him vibrated again, and an even more terrifying power of laws pressed down on Lin Tian. "Let's continue." Lin Tian raised his hand and charged forward with the sword of reincarnation. Monstrous sword light erupted from the sword of reincarnation to meet the third divine lord's attack head-on. Moreover, the power of the origin of the 10 directions divine territory was derived from various places, and it also blasted forward. Boom! The most powerful collision shook all directions. This time, with the support of more power of the origin of the 10 directions divine territory, the third divine lord's boundless laws were shattered. The surging power of the origin of the divine territory, together with the sword of reincarnation and the reincarnation diagram, pressed down on the third divine lord in the blink of an eye. TSK, how terrifying. You've scared me." The third divine lord looked shocked, but his expression was very playful. Behind him, the 11th divine ring shone, and a blood-red light surrounded him, enveloping his entire body. In the next moment, the unparalleled power of the divine territory, the sword of reincarnation, and the reincarnation diagram of the monarch territory all landed on his body. Cracking sounds continued to be heard, and the surrounding void shattered piece by piece, and the territory collapsed piece by piece. Smoke and dust surrounded the surroundings, and then gradually dissipated. The third divine lord stood firmly on the spot, and he was not injured at all. Outside his body, the blood-red light intertwined, and there were no ripples. Such a scene caused the expressions of everyone present to change. Even Lin Tian was no exception. Just now, not only did he use the reincarnation diagram and sword of reincarnation, he also mobilized the boundless power of the 10 directions divine territory to attack. It was equivalent to controlling the entire divine territory to attack the third divine lord. However, such an attack did not do anything to the third Divine Lord at all, as if it was completely blocked by the blood-red light outside his body. That power, Lin Tian's pupils contracted. With a rumble, the 10 Directions' divine territory was in an uproar. As a divine king, he mobilized the power of the entire divine territory to attack again. In the blink of an eye, the boundless power of the divine territory once again pressed down on the third Divine Lord, landing directly on his body. However, it was still useless. This time, everyone saw clearly that the boundless power of the divine territory was completely blocked by the blood-red light. How could it be? What kind of power is that? How could it? Tens of thousands of feet away, the expressions of the divine spirits changed again and again. Lin Tian, who had already transformed into a divine king, mobilized the power of the 10 Directions' divine territory to attack. But it was completely useless. Lin Tian's expression became increasingly grave. That blood-red power of the outer Tao was too strange and terrifying. TSK, Your Excellency, why do you look so pale? Are you tired? The third Divine Lord mocked. I have always been very benevolent. I will send Your Excellency to rest now. Oh, the kind where you can sleep forever. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a rumble and boundless power of laws swept toward Lin Tian in a straight line. At the same time, there were traces of outer Tao power mixed in. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and indifferent. The power of the divine territory boiled, and the light of reincarnation shone brilliantly as they met the third Divine Lord's attack. With a rumble, the two collided, and the light of destruction rippled out in waves. After a few breaths, Lin Tian was sent flying with a bang. There was a bloody hole in his chest. The blood-red power of the outer Tao seemed to be able to withstand all the powers of the Tao in the world. His attack was either completely blocked or infinitely weakened. There was no real effect at all. However, his expression did not change much. He quickly healed himself with the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, the Reincarnation Sword, the Reincarnation Diagram, the various dimensional laws, and the power of the divine territory surged together and turned into a monstrous wave of killing power that blasted toward the third Divine Lord again. Behind the third Divine Lord, 11 divine rings vibrated at the same time. He used the power of the outer Tao from the last divine ring to protect himself and the boundless power of laws from the other 10 divine rings to bombard Lin Tian, causing the space around him to continuously collapse. It's too boring to play with only you, Your Excellency. It's better for the others to join in as well. The third Divine Lord laughed sinisterly. Boundless power of laws intertwined and swept toward the Sky Emperor and the other divine spirits in the distance. This kind of killing power was extremely fast and arrived in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold, and with a thought, the 10 divine regions trembled. Boundless divine light appeared around the celestial arch, and the ordinary divine spirits, forming the strongest divine spirit defensive light curtain around each of them. This light screen was the origin power of the 10 divine territories, and it blocked the third Divine Lord's power of laws. Chapter 2500. TSK. Your Majesty, you're fighting with me, and yet you're protecting others? It seems like you don't know what kind of situation you're in. I'll let you understand. The third Divine Emperor looked at Lin Tian and mocked him. As he spoke, the 11 divine rings behind him trembled at the same time. Boundless laws once again pressed down on Lin Tian. The surging power of laws was extremely frightening. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He could feel the immense pressure, but there was no fear on his face. The boundless power of the origin of the 10 divine territories and the boundless divine light continued to surge out. Moreover, he displayed all the dimensional laws that he had mastered. Together with the Reincarnation Sword and his self-created chaotic 9 Heavens Law, he faced the attack head-on. Boom! The void exploded and collapsed as the light of destruction wantonly raged. The boundless laws that the third divine emperor drew were mixed with the rich power of the outer way. They were extremely powerful and could annihilate everything. With a bang, Lin Tian was sent flying. Blood splattered everywhere. He steadied himself and circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to quickly heal his injured body. The divine light once again swept out from all directions. This was the power of the 10 divine territories. It was the strongest power that he had as a divine king. It won't work. The third divine emperor laughed sinisterly. He moved at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Lin Tian. The killing power of various laws pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by boundless divine light. He swung the reincarnation sword at the third divine emperor. With a slash, the reincarnation sword light filled the sky. However, it was useless. The third divine emperor controlled the power of the outer way. It surpassed the 5 elements of yin and yang and blocked most of his power. At the same time, it was infinitely weakened. In the blink of an eye, it was all crushed. The surging killing power of laws sent him flying again with a bang. More blood splattered than before. Cracks spread all over his body like a spider web. It seemed that he would collapse in the next moment. His expression was solemn, but he did not show any fear or dread. After he steadied himself, the reincarnation sword once again slashed toward his opponent. Moreover, he still used the power of the source of the god domain to protect his father, master, and the rest of the ordinary gods. At this time, although the third divine lord had not attacked these people, the other party might suddenly attack them again. He was worried that at that time he would not be able to react in time and would not be able to support the divine spirit light screen for the group. After all, the current third divine lord was a little frightening. It was as though she had already stepped out of the supreme level of heaven and earth. You're already no match for me, yet you still dare to divert your attention to protect others. TSK, how kind of you, Lord God King. I'm very touched. The third divine emperor laughed sinisterly. With a thick sense of mockery, he said, "In order to express my gratitude, I will first kill you in front of them. After that, I will send them down one by one to accompany you." As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He slapped his forehead and said in realization, "Oh, sorry, I misspoke. All of you are very extraordinary. I can't simply kill you. You have to become a part of me." He looked at Lin Tian and laughed sinisterly. "Especially you. You have already merged with the heart of the 10th dimension. After devouring you, the heart of the 10th direction will also exist in my body. Once I have merged with it, I will become the true God King." As he spoke, he immediately moved. His 11 divine rings moved together. The power of outer Tao and the boundless power of law pressed toward Lin Tian together. Lin Tianji felt a huge meteorite suddenly appear on his shoulder. The pressure was so great that it seemed like he would be crushed. However, he did not retreat at all. Instead, he continued to mobilize the boundless power of the 10th divine realm to meet the third divine lord's attack. Boom! The battle was intense. He used all of his power to fight the third divine lord. However, the power of outer Tao that the third divine lord controlled was too strange and terrifying. It could almost suppress everything. The power that he used, along with the power of the origin of the 10th divine realm, did not have any substantial effect. This caused his expression to become extremely serious and his heart to sink. After merging with the heart of the 10th dimension and becoming the God King of the 10th divine realm, the 10th divine realm was now his domain. He should be invincible within it and could suppress any living being within it. However, the third divine lord's power of outer Tao had broken through this invincibility. Being in his domain, he was not suppressed by him at all. Clang! He waved the sword of samsara. The sword of samsara shone brightly. Every beam was mixed with the power of the divine realm. This was his peak battle strength. With a sizzling sound, The void was pierced into a hornet's nest and swept toward the third divine lord. The third divine lord laughed sinisterly. His 11 divine rings shone brightly. The boundless power of law and the strange power of outer Tao met Lin Tian's sword of samsara, which was mixed with the power of the divine realm. After a simple collision, it was instantly crushed to pieces. Then the turbulent power of law and the power of outer Tao did not slow down. It fell straight on Lin Tian's chest. Blood splattered. Lin Tian's chest was crushed, and a small half of his body immediately exploded. The Heart Sutra of Samsara circulated and quickly healed his wounded body. In the blink of an eye, he was completely healed. Not bad, not bad. You can withstand it. The third divine lord laughed sinisterly. Continue. I want to see how long you can withstand it. The 11 divine rings intertwined with unparalleled light and pressed down on Lin Tian once again. Lin Tian's expression was heavy, but he still did not retreat in the slightest. He held the sword of samsara and attacked again. Boom! 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 The entire divine realm shook. The fierce battle caused the sturdy space of the divine realm to continuously collapse. It took a long time for it to recover. In the blink of an eye, a full 7 days passed. You really are like an undying cockroach. 7 days have passed in my hands, and you still haven't died. The third divine lord sneered. Lin Tian's robes were stained with blood, and blood was flowing out from his mouth. The third divine lord's outer Tao was simply too bizarre and terrifying. In these 7 days, he had used all of his techniques and unleashed his most powerful combat strength. However, he had only managed to injure the third divine lord slightly with a single absolute counterattack. However, it was only a slight injury, and it was completely meaningless. As for himself, in these 7 days, he had been seriously injured again and again, and his aura had weakened greatly. In the distance, the Sky Emperor, an old drunkard, and the others all had solemn expressions on their faces. They could not help but clench their hands. After 7 days of battle, Lin Tian, who had transformed into a divine king, was always at a disadvantage. Now his situation was extremely bad. The third divine lord stepped toward Lin Tian. His steps were slow, and he was not in a hurry at all. He looked like he had everything under control. His face was full of mockery. 7 days have passed. I will continue to play with you. Let's see if you can hold on for another 7 days. Lin Tian walked toward the third divine lord. His body was stained with blood, but he stood straight without the slightest fear. However, although he was not afraid, his heart was extremely heavy. This was because he really could not find a way to deal with his opponent. If this continued, he was bound to fall in his opponent's hands. Once he died, his family, friends, and disciples would all die. The third divine lord would never let them go. Perhaps all the living beings in these worlds would be wiped out. For a moment, he could not help but grit his teeth and clench his hands tightly. His fingernails dug deeply into the flesh of his palms, and a sense of powerlessness arose. It was also at this moment that the fist-sized heart of the 10th dimension in his body suddenly trembled. From life to death, from death to life, a hazy heavenly voice floated out and fell into his heart. It came from the heart of the 10th dimension. Only he heard these words. The reincarnation origin trembled slightly and instantly became incomparably bright. At the same time, his right eye also trembled slightly. Suddenly, his body trembled slightly. From life to death, from death to life. Was this a hint from the heart of the 10th dimension? Was this related to reincarnation? From death, his reincarnation was only a hair's breadth away from grand completion, but he could not cross that tiny hair's breadth, no matter how hard he tried. When these words came out, his reincarnation origin and reincarnation I both vibrated and resonated. Was this really related to reincarnation? To transcend through death and achieve grand completion of reincarnation? He was a little stunned, and his heart beat wildly. For the sake of that last bit of reincarnation, He had worked extremely hard and tried many methods. The only thing was that he had never thought of achieving it through death. Could death allow him to achieve grand completion of reincarnation? Crack! With a crisp sound, a part of the void distorted and collapsed. The third divine lord walked over with a sinister smile, getting closer and closer. Lin Tian came back to his senses with this crisp sound. He looked at the approaching third divine lord and paused for a moment. He looked at his father, mother, master, masteress, and wife in the distance, as well as the 10 ancestral gods and the ordinary gods who had asked him to protect them. Looking at these people, he paused again for a moment. Then he turned his head back and looked at the vast sky. "Let's give it a try," he muttered to himself. Now, the only way he could think of to deal with the third divine lord's outer Tao power was to achieve grand completion of reincarnation. If he tried it with his death, there might really be a miracle that would allow him to achieve grand completion of reincarnation, defeat the third divine lord, protect everything, and end everything. However, there was also a possibility that he would die directly. His family, friends, disciples, ordinary gods, and other innocent beings in the divine territory, he would not be able to protect any of them. They would all die in the hands of the third divine lord. Of these two endings, the former was naturally extremely good. However, if it was the latter, it did not matter much because if he could not control the grand completion of reincarnation, the outcome would still be death. After that, he would still not be able to protect anything. Since that was the case, why not try it? Buzz! Behind him, the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory rushed up. It was vast and boundless, and there were endless divine light intertwining from every corner of the 10 divine territories, circling around the reincarnation diagram. At the same time, the reincarnation sword also intertwined with the reincarnation diagram and blended with it in the blink of an eye. Instantly, a wave of extremely frightening murderous energy rolled out like a monstrous wave. "Stubborn resistance, I'm talking about you." The third divine lord stopped and said mockingly, "Looking at you, you seem to have infinite expectations for this attack. Do you think you can hurt me? Or are you able to kill me?" He mocked. Come, I'm very magnanimous. I'll give you a chance to experience the ultimate feeling of despair." Lin Tian glanced at him and did not say anything. Chapter 2501. What? In the distance, the godly being's expressions changed at the same time. Even the celestial Darch and an old drunkard were no exception. Lin Tian was using the reincarnation diagram, the power of the God domain, and the reincarnation sword to kill them. Boom! Boundless divine light intertwined around the reincarnation diagram. The reincarnation sword merged with it and engulfed Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. As expected, blood splattered everywhere. Lin Tian exploded and disappeared. Only wisps of blood could be seen floating in the air. Lin Tian, Little 10, the goddesses and holy maidens trembled. Tears welled up in their eyes, and they couldn't help but rush forward. At this time, the celestial Darch grabbed the goddesses, and an old drunkard grabbed the holy maidens. "My child won't be so cowardly as to seek his own death. My disciple won't be so cowardly as to seek his own death." The two of them spoke at the same time. At the same time, Wu Yi remained calm and didn't show much emotion. She understood Lin Tian. Even though Lin Tian didn't say anything to her, she knew that Lin Tianyi was definitely trying something. Looking at the spot where Lin Tian had exploded, her gaze was gentle. She clasped her hands together and silently prayed. The third divine lord was stunned. Then he threw his head back and laughed maniacally. "Stupid thing, attacking and killing yourself. This is the first time I've seen such a thing." Looking at the spot where Lin Tian had exploded, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, could it be that he realized that he was no match for me and decided to commit suicide so that I wouldn't have a chance to absorb and devour him? Naive, too naive. As long as there's still blood essence, as long as he hasn't been dead for too long, I can still absorb him. It's just that the amount of energy I can absorb will be less. With a sinister smile, he walked step by step toward the spot where Lin Tian had exploded. There was still Lin Tian's blood essence there. At this time, the boundless space of the ten-directional divine realm suddenly fell silent. The wind stopped blowing. The clouds stopped moving. The entire world suddenly became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. At the place where Lin Tian had exploded, drops of blood essence pulsed on their own. They merged on their own and began to release an immortal radiance. The hazy reincarnation substance pulsed within the blood essence. The most fundamental reincarnation light intertwined, gradually becoming more and more resplendent, more and more dazzling. It was as if a blinding divine sun had manifested here, momentarily covering all directions. Gradually, the dazzling light dissipated, and Lin Tian's figure reappeared. His eyes were slightly closed as he stood in the void. Not dead. In the distance, the expressions of the deities changed again. Before this, Lin Tian had attacked himself. His physical body had been destroyed, and even his divine soul seemed to have been shattered. They had seen it with their own eyes, but now Lin Tian had reappeared. The goddess and all heaven's saintesses were pleasantly surprised. Seeing Lin Tian reappear, they felt as if they had regained what they had lost. Wu Yi's gaze softened, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. The heavenly emperor and an old drunkard also smiled. Then their gazes fell on Lin Tian, and there was a slight ripple in their eyes. The ten-directional ancestral gods were very powerful, and the third divine lord was even stronger. However, they could clearly sense their terrifying auras, which were as vast as the ocean and boundless starry sky. But now they couldn't sense Lin Tian's aura. Lin Tian was clearly standing there, but they couldn't sense any fluctuations of energy from Lin Tian. It was as if Lin Tianji was immortal. The third divine lord was slightly taken aback, but then he laughed loudly. It's good that you're not dead. I can devour you in one piece. As he spoke, he moved again and walked toward Lin Tian. Boundless laws swept toward Lin Tian and pressed down on Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Uft! With a soft sound, the boundless laws were directly shattered. Moreover, the third divine lord's body shook violently, and he was pushed back dozens of feet by the invisible aura. It was also at this time that Lin Tianwei opened her eyes. They were no longer the eye of destiny and the reincarnation eye. Her left and right eyes were intertwined with circles of sacred samsara runes, which were far purer than the sacred samsara runes in her right eye. It was like the difference between heaven and earth, and there was no comparison at all. These sacred samsara runes were perfectly intertwined with 6 special Tao seals. In an instant, everyone present trembled. Even the heavenly emperor and an old drunkard were no exception. Looking at Lin Tian's eyes, everyone felt as if they had been completely seen through. The third divine lord also trembled slightly, but in the next moment he sneered, pretending to be mysterious. With a rumble, an even more turbulent power of laws intertwined, turning into a terrifying wave of laws that swept toward Lin Tian. The boundless wave of laws instantly fell in front of Lin Tian. However, in the next moment, this wave of laws trembled on its own and silently dissipated. The third divine lord was shocked. His attack had disappeared right in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian stood in the void, as if he did not feel the third divine lord's attack at all. He lowered his head slightly and looked at his hands. The structure of his flesh, the flow of his blood, and the flow of his saint power were all extremely clear. He could even see the flow of time around him. He had mastered 90% of samsara and once again experienced the cycle of life and death. With 90% of samsara combined with the samsara substance that had always been in his body, he had finally mastered samsara. This was the true eye of reincarnation. Get down here, the third divine lord said coldly. He attacked again, and the 11 body halos behind him burst forth with divine light at the same time. The blood-colored power of the outer Tao intertwined with the boundless light of laws, turning into the most violent killing force that pressed down on Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, it once again swept toward Lin Tian, as if it wanted to destroy the 10 divine territories. However, in the next moment, this turbulent power of the outer Tao and the killing force of laws silently disappeared. The third divine lord was shocked again. How can this be? Lin Tian stood in the void, as if he did not see the third divine lord at all. He raised his head and looked at the distant sky. I see it, he muttered to himself. Now that he had mastered samsara, he could see beyond the sky with the true eye of reincarnation. Just as the ancestral gods of the 10 directions had said, there was an even higher dimension above the 10 divine territories, and there was more than one. As he looked beyond the sky, his eyes gradually became incomparably deep. A faint ray of light appeared and streaked out from his eyes. It entered the sky at an extremely fast speed and disappeared in an instant. Boom! Monstrous saint power surged, shattering the clouds. Outside the third divine lord, the boundless power of laws was vast and mighty, and the power of the outer Tao boiled along with it. Very good, very good. You've become even stronger. Devouring you will allow me to undergo the most extreme transformation possible. Looking at Lin Tian, the third divine lord laughed sinisterly, as if he had seen the most thirsty prey. At this moment, he truly unleashed his full power and swept toward Lin Tian again. I said that you will be a part of me. Transform into my strength. The boundless power of the outer Tao, mixed with the killing force of laws, fell in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. However, it disappeared in an instant and did not cause the slightest ripple around Lin Tian. In the distance, the group of ordinary gods trembled. The terrifying third divine lord's killing force was completely useless. It all disappeared in front of Lin Tian. The goddesses and all heaven's saintesses were also moved. Wu Yi's eyes became even gentler. Looking at Lin Tian in the void, the smile on her face deepened. She was extremely beautiful. We won. The celestial emperor and an old drunkard spoke at the same time with smiles on their faces. At this moment, they sensed the change in Lin Tian. Looking at Lin Tian's eyes, they could already guess everything. At the same time, on the other side, the third divine lord looked at Lin Tian in the void. At first, his eyes were cold and filled with shock and anger. Then, as if remembering something, he looked at Lin Tian's Rinnegan and trembled all over. He couldn't help but take a step back. Could it be that the Rinnegan, looking at Lin Tian, the fear in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Then he turned and fled into the distance. Lin Tian's eyes were deep and unfathomable. Looking at the third divine lord fleeing, he made no move to give chase. He raised his hand and slowly formed a hand seal. In his Rinnegan eyes, the most unique seal of the 6 paths spun, for words slowly fell from his mouth. 6 paths of reincarnation. This was a technique that was truly born from heaven and earth. It could change heaven and earth, and it could destroy heaven and earth with a single thought. Now, after mastering the Rinnegan eyes, he could use this saint reincarnation technique. The 10 divine realms instantly fell into a deathly silence. There was no terrifying power. The scenery of the divine realms suddenly changed. It turned into a boundless desert, hazy and turbid. A huge millstone appeared, intertwined with the vicissitudes of eternity. It was like the gear of heaven and earth, supporting everything. It also seemed like the source of destruction, as if it could easily destroy all things. The third divine lord, who had fled into the distance, was instantly enveloped in it. His entire body trembled violently as he screamed in shock, anger, and fear. The power of the outer way that transcended the primordial yin and yang and the 5 elements turned into the thickest of light screens to protect his body. However, it was useless. It transcended the yin and yang and the five yins. It did not exist in the myriad ways, but it could not escape the cycle of heaven and earth. The Rinnegan millstone rolled over. There was no scream as it instantly obliterated the third Divine Lord. Strange phenomena appeared in the world. In the next moment, as Lin Tian's Rinnegan eyes moved slightly, the Rinnegan millstone silently disappeared. The divine realms. Everything returned to normal. In the distance, everyone was stunned. Even the Sky Emperor and the Human King were no exception. Was this the great success of reincarnation? The third Divine Lord, who controlled the terrifying outer way, had been obliterated in an instant. Everyone felt that the gigantic samsara millstone could easily crush everything, including the greater heaven and earth. What power in heaven and earth could resist the great success of reincarnation? A gentle breeze blew. In the void, Lin Tian suddenly trembled. In his eyes, the saint reincarnation runes were gradually dissipating. He was not moved in the slightest. With the great success of reincarnation, he had sensed many things and learned more about reincarnation. The complete reincarnation was the most primitive foundation of the myriad ways, myriad powers, and the boundless universe. No one could truly control it. Even with his endless potential, he could only bear it for a short period of time. Now, the great success of reincarnation power was gradually dissipating from his body. Even the origin of reincarnation was dissipating. Regarding this, he more or less felt some regret. However, he quickly recovered his composure. If he could not truly control something, he would not be able to keep it. It was useless to feel regret. "I can still do something," he muttered to himself. Light of reincarnation intertwined in his eyes as he formed another seal. Reincarnation of heaven. As he spoke, the light of reincarnation intertwined in front of him. A figure slowly appeared and gradually solidified. Looking at this figure, the Sky Emperor and an old drunkard were immediately moved. This is the goddess, and the all heavens saintesses were shocked. Even Wu Yi was no exception. At the same time, in a place further away, the ordinary gods were all stunned. Then, all of them could not help but tremble. Ancestor, Ancestor God. All the gods were extremely excited. Their dead leader had actually reappeared. The light of reincarnation intertwined and gradually dissipated from the Ancestor God of 10 Directions. The Ancestor God of 10 Directions was slightly stunned. He almost lost his soul. He remembered that he was dead, but now he was alive. Then, in the next moment, he saw Lin Tian and Lin Tian's most unique Rinnegan. He instantly realized something and could not help but tremble. "Human you, Ancestor God, we meet again." Lin Tian chuckled and spoke to the Ancestor God of 10 Directions. Reincarnation of heaven was a saint technique stored in the 6 paths of reincarnation. It could resurrect any dead creature between heaven and earth. Of course, there was a time limit. If a person had been dead for too long, reincarnation of heaven would not be able to resurrect them. The ancestral God of the 10 Directions had always treated his people wholeheartedly. In order to fulfill his promise to his people, he had sacrificed himself to push him out of the third Divine Lord's outer Tao and asked him to protect the other gods who were still alive. Although they were enemies, Yang Qi truly admired the ancestral God of the 10 Directions. Now, the great success of reincarnation power had not completely dissipated, and the ancestor God of 10 Directions had not been dead for too long. Therefore, he used the great success of reincarnation that had not completely dissipated to perform reincarnation of heaven and earth, allowing the ancestor God of 10 Directions to reappear between heaven and earth. With a smile on his face, he performed reincarnation of heaven after resurrecting the ancestor God of 10 Directions. It enveloped the entire 10 Directions divine realm, the 9th dimension, and the 8th dimension below it, allowing all the gods who had died during the battle between him and the ancestor God of 10 Directions, as well as the beings of the 9th dimension and the 8th dimension who had died due to the light of destruction that had seeped in, to be resurrected one after another. It was also at this time that the power of reincarnation in his body completely dissipated, and so did his origin of reincarnation. He was no longer a reincarnated body, but a pure, primordial divine body. Moreover, the origin of reincarnation in Wu Yi's body had also dissipated. However, Wu Yi's current cultivation base was sufficiently profound. Although he had lost Lin Tian's origin of reincarnation, the origin of holy light and origin of void in his body, the two origin of king physiques, were still in perfect condition. Moreover, they had begun to slowly fuse together, and in the blink of an eye they had turned into a brand new physique that was far more powerful than the origin of holy light and origin of void. Lin Tian naturally sensed this. He sensed the changes in himself and Wu Yi. Reincarnation, the goddess was moved. The others were also moved. At this time, they all sensed that the power of reincarnation in Lin Tian's body had completely disappeared. Lin Tian's expression did not change much. With a faint smile, he approached the ancestor god of 10 directions. He raised a hand, and a faint light entered the ancestor god's sea of consciousness. The ancestor god of 10 directions was shocked by his own resurrection and the disappearance of the power of reincarnation in Lin Tian's body. At this time, as Lin Tian's faint light entered the ancestor god's sea of consciousness, the shock on his face deepened, and his eyes flashed fiercely. "Can you give up on your previous plan?" Lin Tian smiled. When he had mastered the power of reincarnation, he had sensed a higher dimension. Using the power of reincarnation, he had made a mark on the path to a higher dimension. If they wanted to, they could step into the higher dimension at any time. He told the ancestor god of 10 directions about this. At the same time, he also told the ancestor god of 10 directions about other more important matters related to the higher dimension. The ancestor god of 10 directions' eyes flickered, and he shook his head. No. As he said these 3 words, his expression became somewhat dignified for a moment. The higher dimension was extremely terrifying. It was the source of a truly destructive disaster. After a pause, he looked at the group of ordinary gods in the distance, and then his gaze fell on Lin Tian again. "Human." After saying these 2 words, he changed his tone, and his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. "Divine King, thank you." Lin Tian had protected all the gods who were still alive, protected his people, and even resurrected him and the other gods who had died recently. Lin Tian had found the path to a higher dimension and told him about it, which was equivalent to helping him fulfill his promise to his people. This made him feel grateful from the bottom of his heart. "In the future, we can fight side by side," Lin Tian said with a smile. He didn't say anything else. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside the celestial arch, an old drunkard, the goddess, the all heavens holy maiden, and Wu Yi. "Father, master, mother, masteress Wu Yi." Looking at the 5 of them, he smiled and said, "We're going back." The battle that had lasted for eons had finally come to an end. "Very good. Not bad." The celestial arch and human king praised at the same time. An old drunkard looked at the ancestral god of 10 directions and smiled calmly. "Farewell, ancestral god. When you're free, you can come down and take a look at the ordinary world. Perhaps you'll gain some enlightenment." Lin Tian waved his hand with his back to the ancestral god of 10 directions, then left with the celestial arch and an old drunkard. At the same time, with a thought, he used his status as the divine king to change the barrier of heaven and earth of the 10 directions divine realm. From now on, people from the 10 directions divine realm would be able to tear through the barrier and enter the lower realms. The ancestral god of 10 directions' eyes flickered, and he smiled for the first time. Looking at Lin Tian's back, he said, "I will." In the distance, the group of ordinary gods rushed forward and looked at the ancestral god of 10 directions with excitement and excitement. This was the leader they respected the most. In the next moment, the group of ordinary gods looked at Lin Tian in the distance and knelt on one knee. "Farewell, Your Excellency." Everyone spoke in unison. their eyes filled with respect. At this moment, they acknowledged Lin Tian's status as the divine king from the bottom of their hearts. The ancestral god was their leader. Lin Tian was their divine king. When Lin Tian heard the voices of the deities, he could naturally sense everything. The smile on his face became a little wider. He didn't say anything. With a thought, the gate of heaven and earth appeared in front of him, and he disappeared with the celestial arch and the others. The ancestral god of 10 directions looked in the direction Lin Tian had disappeared with a smile on his face, and he bowed slightly. Lin Tian led the celestial arch and an old drunkard out of the 10 directions divine realm and told them everything about the higher dimensions. A higher dimension, a great shuffle. An old drunkard narrowed his eyes. "It's very troublesome," the celestial arch said. The goddesses and all heaven's holy maidens' expressions were incomparably heavy. Even the calm Wu Yi was no exception. Lin Tian had told them many things about the higher dimensions, and many things were beyond their imagination. It was too dangerous and terrifying. "It's all right. We still have plenty of time to become stronger. In the future, we will definitely be able to surpass everything." Lin Tian smiled. The celestial arch and the others looked at each other. Their solemn expressions disappeared in the blink of an eye, and they all smiled. "That's right." The celestial arch smiled. The group passed through the 9th dimension and soon stepped into the 4th dimension. "Speaking of which, Master, where did you move them to?" Lin Tian asked an old drunkard. His other relatives and friends, his disciples and generals as senior brothers, and the main clan of the immortal court used to live in the 10 directions ancient star. However, the 10 directions ancient star was no longer there. It had turned into the heart of the 10th dimension and merged with his life essence. He didn't know where those people who were moved away by an old drunkard were now. An old drunkard smiled faintly and told them the precise coordinates. The group soon arrived at a vast great realm. "We've settled everyone. Let's go over now." The goddess smiled. She, the all-heaven saintesses, and Wu Yi had been moved to this great realm by an old drunkard. Before they left for the 10 directions divine domain, they had already settled Jiyu and the others in the same place, where the main clan of the immortal court resided. This great realm was comparable to the immortal domain, or even vaster. At first, there were no other living beings in it. It was a great realm that an old drunkard had carefully selected to move the living beings in the 10 directions ancient star. The group soon arrived at a vast immortal mountain in the eastern region of the great realm. Inside, the main clan of the immortal court rested, and the spiritual energy was very rich. Lin Tian saw many familiar faces in the great realm. Everyone he knew was living here in good condition. "This is the Heavenly Emperor." "Greetings, Senior." Everyone knew about an old drunkard and had seen this place before. However, it was the first time for many of them to meet the Heavenly Emperor. They immediately bowed respectfully. "Grandpa." Ruoxian jumped over, her eyes shining brightly. This was the first time she had seen her grandfather. The Heavenly Emperor smiled and looked at Ruoxian lovingly. "Good girl." She was his biological granddaughter. "Master." Fengshen Tianzuin, Primal Chaos Heavenly Sovereign, and the others were very excited to finally see their master again after so many years. Moreover, he was in his true form now. At the same time, everyone quickly learned about the battle in the 10 directions divine domain. "Divine King. Kid, you're really—" Even you can only bear the burden of a complete reincarnation cycle for a period of time. What a pity. If you could maintain it for a long time, you'd be invincible. You could even destroy the greater realm with a single thought. There's nothing to pity. Being safe is the best thing. That's right. Yeah. Wuxing Crocodile by Ziki and the others were shocked and emotional when they learned about the battle in the divine domain. Overall, however, it was an incomparably joyous day. The battle that had lasted for eons had finally come to an end. On this day, a banquet was held in the immortal court in the new greater realm. The celebration lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. The Greater Realm didn't have a specific name, so everyone called it the Divine King Realm. This was because it was Lin Tian who had ended the battle that had lasted for eons, and Lin Tian was now the Divine King. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Husband, Tianyin has grown up. She can get married now. After so many years, Tianyin had become a slender and elegant woman. In terms of appearance, she wasn't inferior to Wu Yi at all. She hugged Lin Tian's arm intimately, her eyes full of anticipation. Oh, Lin Tian looked at Tianyin, then at Wu Yi and the others, then at the heavenly emperor and goddess. Now that they were in the immortal court, all of his friends and family were here. It is indeed time. The heavenly emperor smiled. An old drunkard also had a smile on his face. He looked at Yenya, and said to Lin Tiandao, "Yeah, you should marry him too." Then he looked at Yenya, his master, the marvelous mathematician, and asked, "Do you have any objections?" "Of course not." The marvelous mathematician smiled. An old drunkard had proposed marriage to Lin Tian a long time ago. At that time, he didn't have much interaction with them, so he couldn't interfere too much with Yenya's marriage. Therefore, he didn't give a positive answer. However, things were different now. After so many years, he now knew more about Lin Tian. Moreover, Yenya had always been with Wu Yi and Jiyu. Wu Yi and the others knew that an old drunkard had proposed marriage to Lin Tian, so they had long regarded Yenya as one of them. They got along very well. Therefore, when an old drunkard mentioned it again, he naturally agreed. What about Ye? An old drunkard looked at Yenya. After all, he still had to ask for her opinion. Ye stole a glance at Lin Tian, then looked at Wu Yi and Jiyu. Wu Yi and the others all smiled and nodded at her. She replied softly. After all, she was still a little shy about marriage. An old drunkard smiled and nodded. Then he looked at Lin Tian and asked, "What about you?" "Master, it's up to you." Lin Tian smiled. An old drunkard had arranged this marriage for him. Naturally, he couldn't go against it. Most importantly, after so many years together, Yenya was indeed very good to him. She had helped him a lot. After pausing for a moment, he looked at Wu Yi and Jiyu and asked Yao Tianyin and Yenya, well, can we do it together?" He had already held his wedding with Wu Yi and Jiyu. However, since he was going to hold his wedding with Tianyin and Yenya, he thought that it would be more appropriate for everyone to be together. This would show that they were a family. Tianyin and Yenya naturally knew what Lin Tian was thinking. They both nodded. They also thought the same in their hearts. Lin Tian nodded and smiled gently. It's settled then. The wedding will be held in 3 days. The celestial Darch smiled. Weddings were very solemn affairs. Naturally, they had to spend time and effort to prepare. 3 days passed quickly. On this day, in the godly king realm, Lin Tian, Yao Tianyin, Yenya, Wu Yi, Jiyu, Sushu, Shui, and Bai Qiu got married at the same time in this vast great world. One after another, top inheritances and top experts came to congratulate them. Congratulations! The ancestor god of 10 directions stepped out of the 10 divine realms, bringing along 9 supreme gods of heaven and earth to personally offer his blessings. This wedding was solemn and grand. It could be said that the entire world was celebrating. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. On the Milky Way imperial planet, the peak of Mount Tai was densely packed with people. Lin Tian brought along Wu Yi, Yao Tianyin, Yenya Jiyu, Sushu, Shui, Bai Qiu, and the Ruoxian to Mount Tai. The Violet Fairy and Lin, she were also with them. The little Tai Chu, the whooshing crocodile, and the white tiger became very small and fell among Lin Tian's hair. The group had all changed into the Milky Way imperial planet's clothing, but it was difficult to conceal their extraordinary temperament. Lin Tian and Wu Yi especially attracted the attention of the people on Mount Tai. Are we not going to care about the higher dimensions? Wu Yi asked softly. Not for the time being. Lin Tian smiled. There's a saying on this ancient planet, if there's wine today, let's drink in the morning. If there's trouble tomorrow, let's worry tomorrow. He said, it's necessary to work hard to become stronger, but it's better to be idle now. Well, Kid Lin is right. Lord Crocodile agrees. Yeah. These two sentences are quite good. Lord Tiger also thinks that these two sentences are very reasonable. Then, Lord Tiger thought of two sentences that fit this sentence very well. Come, listen carefully. Today, there's a girl who invited you today. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have another chance. The white tiger glanced at the group of young girls on Mount Tai, and his eyes lit up. Lord Tiger, I want to go. Lin Tian, get lost. I add hashtag yen. Lord Tiger hasn't finished yet. Lord Tiger is completely with a pure heart, thinking, get lost. On the peak of Mount Tai, the group gradually walked away. The end of the book. This chapter had more than 7,000 words. Writing the words, the end of the book, meant that the King of 10 Directions was finished. Previously, many readers left messages for the dragon, hoping that the King of 10 Directions would not end. They were very reluctant. The dragon was also very reluctant. However, the King of 10 Directions had been writing for more than 3 years. Although there were many people who were reluctant, it was still time to end it. The novel mentioned a higher dimension beyond the 10 dimensions. There was a real source of destruction in it. Many readers hoped that the dragon would continue writing and that Lin Tian would go to a higher dimension to fight. Therefore, the dragon wrote such an open ending. Everyone could imagine the scene of Lin Tian and the others fighting in a higher dimension to their heart's content. As for the introduction of characters like Wu Yi, who everyone liked very much, the dragon would update his WeChat public account one after another. At the same time, the dragon would customize some exclusive gifts for the King of 10 Directions. The gifts were free and would be given to readers on the WeChat public account. He would also give out some red packets. Those who liked it could follow. The dragon's WeChat public account was Sleepy Dragon. Everyone opened WeChat and searched for Sleepy Dragon on the public account to follow. Then he sincerely thanked the readers who had been supporting and accompanying the dragon, especially those who had been silently subscribing. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Your support has allowed the King of 10 Directions to win glory time after time. Back to the matter of the new book. After writing for so many years, the dragon's physical fitness was much worse than before. He would have to take some time to rest. The new book would be published in January next year, and it would be a fantasy novel. As for the specific time of the new book, after it was confirmed, the dragon would once again thank everyone for their continuous support on WeChat. Thank you, my friends. See you in the next book. Be there or be square. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Pinnacle Mobile Reading Website.